She suspected there was three criminals that were casing the joint yesterday.
Really?
Yeah,
Are they in a store? Or are they
it's in the mall. No, it's not IKEA. It's a store,
It's a store. Okay.
regular store. But there were three suspicious men that were kind of just looking around, and one was acting as like looking, and they eventually went away. But I think the staff, the manager, kind of suspected they're casing us because they've been robbed before. Is what I
I
hear.
think that'd be hard
In a mall. Well,
to rob in a mall.
she had a gun to her head. She said, maybe it wasn't that store. You know, the manager said she has a phobia of certain type of racist type of person. You know, and she said because she's had a gun to her head, and so she's automatically fearful racism. But if you're experienced, you know, my wife's racist against certain against Palestinians because she grew up, you know, in an environment where they're bombing her. You know, every other day there's a bomb going off.
Hey, Paul the Waterman, this is
Hey.
Smarty Marty.
Hey, nice to meet you, Paul.
And I don't know if you've met
Yeah.
$70
Yeah, we
before.
met
You
before.
probably have. Have a seat.
Been to my house. Or at least
I have a water. I live in Florida half the year, and I have a water system. Not through you guys, obviously. 'Cause it's Florida.
You need it though.
I know.
Florida's really
This
bad.
is a live. Do you
Well,
want calls from
I
this
took a
stuff?
tour of the Florida
I
plant.
can see this one.
Oh,
The,
okay, good.
Yeah.
the water plant. It looked. I mean, I'm not an expert. It looked pretty good to me. They use reverse osmosis, giant filters, the size of a Buick, and but again, they also add in chlorine at the end. So
Yeah, they have to.
yeah, and his claim is that bottled water is really the unsafe water. That's his claim. There's more bacteria in bottled water than there would be in their system.
Well, it's not pretty.
You mean the bottled water? I saw something online about Poland water that there was a lawsuit against. It wasn't really. It was just tap water that they put in bottles.
Yeah, chlorine.
They do with Aspen water.
Chlorine. Every time you drink water with chlorine, it kills cells in your body. But I think
Hi,
the biggest thing.
this is Kelly. I'm calling from the Tom Martino Troubleshooter Show, and you had called us about an issue that you're having.
Right? I mean, because water is a part
Yeah.
of.
And I have an
Sure.
open line right
So
now.
when
Was
you
wondering
get
if you
food
wanted
that
to
had
go
to do
on
with
with
water,
Mark and talk about
and
it.
it's in there.
You know, I mean, you think your local pizza joint's filtering the water? No.
Okay, is there a better time I can call you
Or
at?
resturants, or
Now, some high-end coffee, let's say like Starbucks, you call that high-end.
I don't call it high end. You do.
12 p.m.
It's why is that high end?
Okay, what
Wait a
was
minute.
the
Let's
name?
define what does high end mean.
Well, I think it's
WOORE?
Because it's expensive.
expensive.
Oh,
Okay.
just WOOR?
All right. So you feel that chain would
Okay,
filter?
sounds
it?
good, Warp. I will go ahead
do.
and call you at
Okay.
12, okay?
Okay.
Oh, good.
Thank you.
Cool.
But they're
Good
not.
morning,
They're
thanks for calling the Tom
franchised, so
Martino
wouldn't it be up
Troubleshooter
to the
Show. How can I help you?
individual Owner to
No,
decide what to do.
I think part of these is
Tim, hey, it's Kelly over at the show. We have an update. I'm going to try to get a hold of TJ because I know that he went out and looked at your property. I already
Okay.
forwarded
You must
the
do this, you
pictures
must
that
do
he
that,
took.
and they
So
probably
just hang on
check.
for me, and we're just about to start the show, okay?
I
there's
see.
requirements that you have to.
See, I make a good radio host. I ask the right questions. Yeah, so I got a reverse
What?
osmosis. I got a there's three filters, because he couldn't put in five. He said my sink wasn't fit for just three, and I got a
Not to be rude, the three's all you need.
yeah. He told me that too.
Yeah, five overkill and we've done this.
So the two outside ones, the cheaper, are to be replaced once a year, and the middle one is every 2 years. It was about $1,000 to install for parts and labor. And,
So do you have to change it as often because you're only there 6 months?
you know, that's a good question. Let's ask Paul the Waterman that.
Well, you know, it sits there, right?
That's true. It does
It
say.
just sits there, so what's water gonna do if it just sits and?
Get bad. It's gonna get bad.
It just sits there, so it's like water. Water.
No, but the point is, what about the filter? Does the filter extend its life if it's not being filtered?
No, because water sits there, water's a.
Hey,
water
TJ?
when you start
Okay.
It's Kelly over at the Martino Show. How are you?
decaying, so to speak,
I'm good. Good morning. I've got Tim on the line, so he's in the wings, and we're just about to start in about 3 minutes or so. So hang on for me, okay?
Gentlemen. Who's
Thanks, dude.
gentleman? Which one's the one? How often? Just shut the water off and drain it. That's a good idea. He put in some sort of a stopgap. If it starts leaking, it'll turn itself off. Whatever. He has like a little towel, like a little material, like almost like. Yeah, it's a sensor, but it's like Bounty, like paper towel.
Okay.
Do you know what I'm talking about? Where it's on the bottom of a little clip, and if it hits this paper towel, it'll shut itself off, so you don't continue to leak.
Right.
Or the water will shut it. I don't know how it works. I don't know that. So that's what he has, and the filters themselves I can get on Amazon. Okay. I'm from Florida. Half the year. That's my. Yeah, well, it's in my domicile. I vote there. It's my domicile. It's actually 6.5 months there.
Hi, is this Evelyn?
But that's where I live. What do you
Evelyn,
want me to
hi,
do?
my name's Kelly. I'm calling from the
I'm
Tom
a fan
Martino
here when
Troubleshooter.
I'm
They
here.
used to be good,
Good
didn't
morning,
they?
by the
The
way.
Heat?
And
They made the finals 3 of the last 4 years.
No, they didn't. For the last 4 years?
Yeah, 3 of the last
Were
4.
they in the finals this year?
Yes, against.
okay.
See, Paul's trying to be funny.
Yeah, I'm roughing you up. Please forgive me.
They're about to get Damian Lillard.
Oh, and you haven't received it yet?
It's just a matter of time, they say, before Portland concedes.
I can hear you, brother.
I met Pat Riley.
The question is,
Yeah,
couldn't
he's a-
YouTube hear us?
He would be someone I would.
I actually had lunch
Well,
with him.
I have a
which
line
was
open
kinda
right now.
nice.
We're just about to start the show,
He's
so you
awesome.
can talk to Mark about it if that sounds good to you.
He's larger than
Euro,
life.
got it.
He's
Is
larger
that the
than
only
life.
one?
He's fantastic.
I'm sorry, one more time. It's a little hard to hear
He
you.
taught me some things. He says if you want to achieve greatness,
IRYS.com to sign up today. Gyrie's, your neighborhood paint store since 1899.
There are 5 costly mistakes home sellers make. Here's mistake number 2, sponsored by Orchard, the modern stress-free way to sell your home. Wasting too much money and time on costly repairs and upgrades. Don't overspend on unnecessary repairs and upgrades. Orchard's popular concierge service recommends and takes care of proven price-boosting updates to help your home sell faster with no upfront cost and without lifting a finger. Orchard will make repairs after you've moved into your new home. That means no workers or shoppers going through your home while you still live there. And you choose the move-out date. Talk about stress-free. Here's how a recent customer summed up Orchard's concierge service. It was phenomenal. Our home was quickly made move-in ready and was under contract within a week. Get the price you deserve without overspending on upgrades with Orchard. Avoid the costly mistakes home sellers make and go with Orchard. Curious about how much you could make on your home? Get a free no-obligation cash offer at Orchard.com. That's Orchard.com.
Denver's talk station has your chance to win $1,000. Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website, green. That's green. Enter it now at khow.com. Inflation salvation on 630 KHOW.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Welcome to the show. As you know, it's the only show of its kind. We're here to solve problems, answer questions, take complaints. It's a Thursday, and we are here to make your life just a little bit better. You've been ripped off or taken advantage of. We have recouped over $300 million in cash, merchandise, exchanges, refunds, directly due to this show. Today's a special day. I'm going to tell you why. Guess who's in studio with us? This one's a tough one. I don't think he's ever been in before. I'm going to introduce everybody around the table, but Smarty Marty in the house, YouTubers know who he is. He's basically the man behind the scenes. It solves problems. He reaches out to businesses. He gets people to cough up the cash, cough up the refund, do the right thing. There's numerous things you do, Marty. Is this your first time in studio with us?
Second time.
Second time in what, 5 years?
That's about right.
Yeah, that's crazy. Second time. I had to basically beg him to come in. Marty's
Well,
like Batman.
The reason is at home, I can wear my underwear and
Yes.
T-shirt, but here, I
Oh,
don't-
God,
you don't
thank
want
God
me-
we don't have a camera.
you
Thank
don't-
God there's no camera at Marty's house on remote.
Sometimes I'm not wearing my underwear, so I don't think you want that.
And Paul Dowding with Water Pros is in studio. He called you out right at the beginning of the show. I just noticed that, too. Marty's got a Miami Heat shirt. What's that say on your hat? Michigan State?
I graduated, I went to Michigan State. Didn't
Wow.
graduate.
Now, Marty, he's going to have an update for us. We're going to get to the phones. Let me
boy.
introduce Paul Dowding, though. Paul Dowding, Water Pros. How are you doing, Paul? How's everything going in the water business?
Good morning. It's just going excellent. Happy to be here. Thank you very much.
Love it, man. You know, Paul's an interesting cat. He kind of breaks the mold when it comes to water treatment systems. He doesn't do it the old school way with scare tactics and all this other stuff. He talks exactly about your water at your house. You have no idea what's in there till you get a test, and we're going to dive into that later. But he's the real deal. 303-713-8255. You want to expose a bad guy, you got a problem with a contractor or a car dealership. We got one coming up today at some point. Colorado Springs, hopefully we get it in the first hour or 2 hours while we're live on KRDO from Pueblo to Castle Rock. But their car got basically, I think the car got stolen. It might have been just part of it like the cat while it was in for repairs. So we're going to kind of dive into that. But right now I want to jump to Tim. He's had a problem with Garage Magic. Tim, we sent one of our experts out, TJ, with Garage Kings to dive into this. Now, we have a site called referralist.com. We have the best people on there. They're background checked. This is part of TJ's stuff, but it's something else. Garage Magic was actually on our referral list at one point. So I want to make sure everybody knows that. Sometimes people slide through. It's a warranty issue, but Garage Magic went out of business. They actually owed people some deposits they took. And I say this all the time, and you can argue with me if you're a contractor. I'd love to hear from you. But the bottom line is I say never pay up front. Don't pay until the job's done, unless if it's something very special, a custom order. Simply don't pay till the job's done. And a lot of people paid Garage Magic up front. Why you would pay for a garage coating up front, there's nothing special about it. It's not like it's different for every house. It's basically an epoxy and a color. That's all it is. I mean, there's no reason to pay up front. But people did. We did get most, if not all. In fact, I'm pretty sure all the deposits back. We made sure people got back that never got the job done. But Tim had them do it quite a while ago, I think within the last year. And when they did it, Tim, if I recall, it was raining or started to rain right after it was drying or curing. Kind of go back over what was going on.
Yeah, you're exactly right. It just as they were finishing the top coat on the back patio, it began to rain and continued to rain, and it just made a mess of it.
It just made a mess. And I looked at the pictures of it during the break. If you go to our YouTube channel, you go to YouTube, you type in Troubleshooter Network or Troubleshooter, you'll see our channel and go to live, and you can watch us live. But I'll put the pictures up. It's pretty bad. It almost looks like it's kind of bubbling in a way. I don't know how you technically describe it, but we wanted to send out our expert with Garage Kings, and TJ's the owner. And the cool part about Garage Kings is, first of all, it's a lifetime warranty. What does that mean? Well, as long as TJ is around and he owns Garage Kings, you're going to have that warranty. So lifetime is a lifetime of a company. Second thing, you don't pay anything till it's done. In fact, TJ, that differs you. That's the differential between you and most of these people that do the polyaspartic coating. You don't charge anything till the job's done and the customer's happy, right?
That is correct, Mark.
Did you used to own, in fact, I'm going to go into this, I don't care. You used to own a Garage Kings, or I'm sorry, no, you didn't. The guy that owned Garage Magic, what was his name? You know him. What was it, TJ?
John Lewis.
So John actually owned a Garage Kings franchise at one point?
Correct.
And didn't you end up going after him for infringing on your territory? Is that correct?
Correct.
Yeah, so I didn't like it when Garage Magic first came on, but the background check went through, and really there was no complaints on him because it was a new business. But honestly, I've always gone with TJ. Way before Garage Magic was even around on our referral list, I had Garage Kings do our patio. You guys have done our garages. But you went out and looked at Tim's issue. Kind of tell me what's going on there, man. What needs to be done to fix it? How bad was it? What do you think caused the issue? Give me the skinny, bro.
So the entire porch needs to be redone, Mark. What happened is the material cured because of the rain faster than it should have. So the air never had time to escape. So that's what all that bubble is. It's the air trapped as it cured.
So it's almost like looking at it, if you've ever seen tint on a windshield that wasn't installed properly, you see kind of these little air bubbles, kind of like that, wouldn't you say, TJ?
Yeah, they're called fish eyes.
Fish eyes. So how do you fix that? Do you have to literally sand it down to the cement? Do you just sand down where the bubbles are? What is the fix for Tim?
So for Tim, it would be having to redo it. The problem is they did it over stamped concrete, so it's not flush level. So there's no way to sand it to get a nice, even, to get that top coat off without removing everything.
Can you generally do polyaspartic over colored cement, or what did you call it? I'm sorry, not stamped. What is it?
Yeah, stamped cement. That's what Tim has.
Okay, so can you generally put the coating over it?
No, you cannot.
Okay, so they shouldn't have even done it.
You can. I just don't recommend it because you have to grind the patterns out. It's almost pointless of having stamped cement at that point.
Oh, my God. So what is his fix right now? I mean, if it shouldn't have been done, if it wasn't done properly, I mean, really, what is his fix, TJ? I mean, whatever it is what it is. If he said, hey, money's no object, how do I fix this? What would you do?
It has to be just reground down. He's going to lose some of the stamp more than he already did.
Oh, man.
And you just have to redo it.
And how much would that cost, do you think? If you guys did it.
About $3,500.
Hey, Tim, what'd you pay to Garage Magic to begin with?
$6,400.
Holy moly. Are you telling me, TJ, because now it would actually be extra work, right? I mean, in other words, if you went in there from the beginning, it would have been easier to do, right?
It would have been, but that about $3,500 is what it would cost for me to grind the old stuff up and.
No, but here's my point. Why would Garage Magic be so much more money? They charged him $6,400. Under any day, would you have charged any circumstance? Would you have charged $6,500?
No. The problem is, Mark,
so not only didn't these guys do it right, and I mean, there's no one to beat up anymore. They're out of business. They're gone. They've diluted. There's nothing. They're gone. There's no one to go after. Tim, that's the problem right there. The main problem you have right now is there is no bad guy to go after. I don't like what the owner did, but you know what? He packed up. He closed. He couldn't run the business. We had complaints on him. He was about to be kicked off the referral list. We got everybody their down payments back. But there's nothing I'm going to do on a warranty issue. I mean, TJ's saying he can fix it for about $3,500. I mean, what are your thoughts, Tim?
Well, at this point, I don't have many options, and so we would consider having TJ fix it.
Man, it sucks, man, and I apologize. I mean, I don't know what else to say. They were on our referral list. As soon as we got wind of the issues, we took care of them, and then, a few months later, they went out of business. I just don't know what else to say about it. I'm just glad they didn't get any money from other people, but really, they got $3,500 from you. That's the way to look at it. They closed down and got $3,500 from you or whatever TJ quoted you. So, I mean, that's about it, Tim. I really can't do anything more about it. That's why when we say, and I'm going to start saying this a lot, when there's a lifetime warranty, what does that mean? Tim, you've learned this. What does that mean?
It's only good until the company dissolves.
That's right. Or the person dies, for that matter, or if they sell. Hey, Tim, I appreciate you, and I hope it works out good with TJ. I can vouch for him personally. He has done my deck, and he has done my garage, and he's probably going to end up doing our bigger garage once I get off my ass and get everything out of it. TJ, that's the hardest part in the world, man. I really started thinking that big garage I have for our RV, I would get that done, and it's no big deal pulling the RV out. But my God, man, everything else that we didn't want in the house ended up in this garage. It would take us a couple days to pull it out. Do you guys offer that, TJ? Do you guys offer actually removing stuff as a service, or you don't get involved?
We actually work with Cowboy Movers on the referral list.
Wow.
They'll
come out and move everything and then put it back in?
Yes.
Wow,
it's an hourly rate for them.
That's pretty curious. All right, hey, man, I appreciate it, Tim. Let me know how it goes. We do have some lines open. 303-713-8255. Call right now. Get in. Any problems, any complaints, any questions, 303-713-8255.
If you're paying rent, you're paying a mortgage, just not your own. So
and now you got stuff everywhere.
Financing. Learn how easy it is to become a homeowner yourself. American Financing is getting Colorado renters into homes for as little as $1,000 down with no obligation or upfront fees to get started, even if your credit isn't perfect. A quick 10-minute call is all that it takes. I endorse American Financing because they provide a no-pressure experience that's focused on you. From custom loans to fast closings and everything in between, they can do it all. Need a realtor? They can even help with that too, making them a one-stop shop for all of your homeownership needs. Why not take just a few minutes to learn more? They're a family-owned Colorado company located right here in Denver. They're open 7 days a week, which means you can get started right now. Call today. It only takes 10 minutes to get started. 303-695-7000. Online at AmericanFinancing.net.
NMLS 182334, regulated by the Division of Real Estate.
Euro Plumbing, the absolute best prices on water heaters. Check this out. $1,299 installed for a 40-gallon water heater. That is a name brand like Rheem or A.O. Smith. You can choose 6-year warranties plus. 40-gallon, $1,299. 50-gallon, only $1,399. It includes the haul away, the installation, new water supply lines, new gas flex lines, the whole bit. Call them now, 303-668-6844. Euro Plumbing, 303-668-6844.
Why are you... I keep turning you down.
Something in there?
So they were standing.
Mark,
Hey, is YouTube, Shannon?
Mark,
How may I help you?
Yeah,
people
YouTube's
on
on. They
the
get
referral
swiped
list?
Background check, and then they sign it.
YouTube, please.
Okay.
They're saying they don't hear us.
And then they signed a...
I don't know what that means.
So you really...
Oh, we're on... They don't hear anything, is what they're saying. We're on
out.
Switchblade 4.
Right, and so they should have been getting the show up till now, did they?
Yeah, I don't think that was a problem. It's the banter now.
Oh.
The
How
breaks.
long has the banter been going?
Yeah.
You're speaking in
Commercials
tongues.
before in live studio. Oh, well, that's normal. That's normal, MR. You're going to hear commercials before the lives. Then when Mark's done with the lives or Tom's done with the lives, then we'll go to in studio, man.
Unless you want to get an effing job here and just come and sit and listen.
Yeah, MR.
Hey, Smarty Marty.
Yeah.
What updates? That one lady with...
JFC, MR.
I don't know if I have any.
No, what's that lady you said I should
So
call?
I found myself at
Who
your
was the
Walmart
doctor?
last night.
Oh, you
This is a
did for what?
chiropractor.
Yeah, just getting away
Oh.
from
I had
things.
good
Yeah.
results a year ago.
I love
And?
that
Now they
Walmart.
turn.
Very
I wanna
few
talk
things
about
are
that.
behind
But
you
I
talked
gotta
to
be
the
careful.
doctor
Wait,
last-
very
I
few
took
things
the
are
doctor.
what?
I
Behind
gotta be careful how I
plexiglass.
word it
Not a
'cause
lot
I'm
of security
licensed,
there.
and I should be
Yeah, right.
practicing
Because
medicine
people in
without
Elizabeth don't
Because
steal.
a lot of Trump Pence
Okay,
bumper
well-
Yeah, they
stickers.
just
God
get guns.
bless America.
The guns deter everybody from
Oh,
coming in
God,
and stealing.
I
I'm
love it
licensed.
down there.
Yeah.
And
Sounds
technically,
like
if
a
I
lot of
start
fun.
giving
But
advice,
it's not
I'm
my favorite
practicing
Walmart. I'll
medicine
say
with a
that.
license.
They're,
Okay.
you know what I
Right.
mean?
You
For
can
just
still have
some
an
close
opinion.
I have an
shopping.
opinion as a
What?
layperson.
You just
The
say I'm not a
American
medical.
Legion
This
still
isn't a
hopping
medical.
when I
clinic.
went through
When I
about
was
Oh,
in
yeah?
practice, I would never do this.
Yeah, yeah.
What were you doing out there anyway?
I do that occasionally. Just get in a car and go
Chiropractor.
check stuff out.
Oh, you should have texted
could've
us
been
and
a
I
stopped
would
by.
not. That's not. I would
I
never.
was recruited
Oh, well,
by
you
the
should.
University of
No.
Say
Michigan,
hi.
Nope.
Oh,
And I decided that I was too immature.
What?
Shannon was Elizabeth for no
Seriously,
good
it was a
reason, and I said you should
program.
have said
bullshit.
hi.
You just don't
Medical
drive out to
school right out of high
Elizabeth.
school.
Yeah, I do.
Shannon does.
And
No, I
me
do.
and
I
my
do that
friend
sort of stuff a
were-
lot. I'm like,
You just drive out to
we were at
Elizabeth.
common
Yeah,
program.
but he doesn't. He won't text
But I
us
was
and
too
say, "Hey,
immature.
you
well,
feel
no,
like
that's
saying
not
hi?"
my point. I was,
didn't wanna be
after
with a
I'm
bunch of
thinking I
22-year-olds
will like to talk to them about their fine little city.
You could have. You have no issue. You could have swung by, bro.
Nope, not at all.
Tommy said he and Stephanie are going in the helicopter in about an hour. I'm going to tell him,
He became
"Pics,
a
I wonder how
please."
big that copter is. He's
Being able to
flying.
fly through
Famous
over the
eye
Hawaiian
surgeon,
Islands,
world-renowned
Mark.
eye
Oh my
specialist
goodness!
Out of Boston.
Anytime I think of it, I think of Kobe Bryant.
Joining the Mile High up there with the old.
Sometimes it's
Uh,
good for you to
Watch
make
the
that
joystick.
I was afraid I wouldn't pass. Honestly, I didn't have the confidence.
Oh, this broke. Cool.
You know, when it comes to textbooks, science and math and medicine, I'm sharp.
That's why I
But
went to
English and history.
Stop at Lulu's
I
in
fail.
Watkins for some
why I
Rocky
didn't go to
Mountain oysters, then head south.
junior
Lulu and Watkins.
start because
If I ever get to Lulu's or a Watkins, JR, did you guys ever find out who that woman was in the lobby wanting to talk to Mark? Yes, we're going to get her on the air.
What school?
It wasn't Bill's wife.
Junior college in Illinois. I drove there at junior. I was going to go. It's the best thing I did.
No one-
JHE, we're going to get her on the air
Did you have
hopefully soon.
scholarship?
I could have had a scholarship at junior college.
And just out of a sense of camaraderie, I cannot
You,
eat another animal's
go 4
balls.
years?
I can't either, man.
Ew.
What's that movie with Chevy Chase? He eats a shitload, has no idea
It's one
there.
of the vacation movies.
No, it's not
No, it's
vacation.
Funny Farm.
Funny Farm.
Oh God, that's right. Funny Farm.
He sits down and breaks the record, then eats one more. I never seen anybody eat that many sheep balls ever.
Oh my gosh.
What was your favorite Chevy Chase movie?
I like all of them, man. Probably The Vacation is the
Vacation
original.
Series? The series were the best.
Yeah.
The Vacation
Here we go.
series. The European Vacation.
All right, 303 713 8255. You've been ripped off for taking advantage of. We want to hear from you. Smarty Marty, you dealt with a chiropractor. What was the name of the clinic from yesterday? We had you call up.
The name escapes me. Something with restoration.
Suzanne, do you remember what it is? I'd really like to give their name out, but about a year ago, we dealt with the same clinic. And what happened yesterday on the call is the daughter of the man called up. It was a 92-year-old man called up. He ended up spending $5,500 with these folks for
Advanced Regenerative Health.
Thank you. For, I think it was 24 visits that he prepaid for, which I don't understand. And then on top of that, he paid $1,500 for what I refer to as a magic light. And it was supposed to help, I believe, his feet. What I really hate about this call, and this is according to the daughter, and I don't think she was there, but she said they scared the hell out of the mom and dad while they were in there, the father and the mother. Remember, he's 92 years old. I'm not sure how old. But apparently they used a tactic, and I don't know if this is true or not, but according to the daughter, once again, if you don't buy this and use this, we might, or not them, but you might have to get your feet amputated.
So last year, a year ago, I had a very similar case with the same clinic.
It was the same exact clinic.
And it was the same story.
But hold on, I do want to say this, and I'll go on to you. They did refund $3,500, I believe, yesterday or whenever they did, for the visits. They didn't refund all of them. They claimed that he had some of them. But whatever, they reclaimed the vast majority, $3,500 worth. So really, the only thing we're dealing with right now is that light. And go ahead, last year.
Well, last year I had very good success. I spoke with the doctor himself, and he was very compliant, and he made sense to me as far as the light quality. And I'm only reporting. So
Sure.
He said the quality of what
It's not the $100 one on Amazon.
And I could believe that because when I was in practice, my TENS units were better quality than what you would get on eBay.
What is a TENS unit?
It's a unit, electrical unit, home unit that you put on your back or your leg or whatever that's hurting, and it sends signals, electrical impulses to that area, which gives pain relief.
So it's like a stimuli, or what?
Yeah, it's a stimulus.
What creates the pain relief?
The
blood starts rushing to that point?
The pulsations, the electrical pulsations.
So you know it works? Or
I know TENS units work.
So what is this light? Do you know?
I have no idea what this light is.
How come chiropractors, and you were one, you're retired, but how come chiropractors nowadays sell everything under the sun? I mean, it's not as bad as it was a couple years ago pre-COVID, but they would sell these stem cells that weren't even harvested out of your own body. They were basically dead stem cells that they bought through the mail, and they would sell these treatments for $5,000 or $10,000. We busted a lot of these guys, but now we're starting to get a lot of calls on these lights. I mean, I don't know if they work or not. I don't know anything about them.
I can't speak for other clinics outside myself.
I think they're for neuropathy.
Again, I don't know. I only know what I did.
If there's anybody out there that's used one of these lights and it's actually worked, I'd love to hear from you. Honest to goodness, I would love to hear from you. 303-713-8255. So where did they leave it off?
Okay. So again, last year we had good success. We got back most of the money.
Almost all of it.
Yeah. And this year there was a change of heart from the office manager.
But my understanding is there's a difference too. Last year you dealt with the doctor. Right. This year you've dealt with
the office manager.
The office manager.
But she remembered me from last year.
Yeah.
Apparently they were ticked off last year.
That they refunded it?
Yeah, apparently so.
Why?
I can't speak
well,
why.
I'd like to ask them. I mean, really, I'd like to get their side of the story. Kelly, if we could try to get them on, Suzanne will send you or Marty will give you the number. Okay. But I would like to understand just a couple things. One, why would they tell a 92-year-old man that if he didn't buy the magic light, and this is according to the daughter, I don't know this to be fact, but I don't know why she'd be lying, but they talked a 92-year-old man into prepaying for 24 visits. First of all, he might not be around. I'm sorry to say it, but for someone at 92 years old to prepay, how many visits, is that like weekly? What do you think that would be?
It's my understanding today's chiropractor. Now, I didn't practice.
I understand.
Okay. They do these prepaid packages.
Yeah.
I never did that, but that's what they do.
But how long, your typical patient back in the day would come in how often? Once a week, once a month? Typical.
I had mostly personal injuries, so it's a different game.
Totally different game.
But the health patients I had, I made it affordable, and I did want them to come at least 3 weeks, minimum.
Every 3 weeks?
No. 3 times a week.
Oh.
For 3 weeks.
Oh, that's it.
Yeah, and then after 3 weeks, I would evaluate.
And see where they're at,
Right.
see how they're feeling. I got you. That makes a lot of sense.
Okay.
It really does. So, Kelly, let's call them up. I would love to see if they would come on the air, I mean, and give their side of the story. What I'd really like to know is, did they actually tell the guy that if he didn't buy the light, that he could lose his foot? They might have to amputate it, because that's to me that's the worst scare tactic I have heard.
In my opinion, that's irresponsible.
Irresponsible. It's damn right. Say it again, Kelly.
Can Smarty send me the number?
Yeah, I sent the number to you. Yes, I'll
we'll
resend
figure it out.
Yeah.
All right, let's take a break. Come back. Hopefully, we can get them on. Do have lines open. It's slow today. 303-713-8255.
This hour from the Trajan Wealth K-House Studios. Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Valero.
Drama over on the east end of town. Quebec Street looks like the on-ramp to I-70 eastbound is completely blocked by a rolled-over semi. Watch out for some minor delays around the area, and folks heading towards I-70 eastbound are going to have to find an alternate route. Otherwise, pretty standard drive throughout the Denver Metro. No complaints. I-25 north and southbound from one end of town to the other. Fox 31 pinpoint weather. The storms have stopped for now, but we are expecting more cloudy weather and scattered thunderstorms later into the afternoon. High of 79 degrees, overnight low of 59. The current temperature in Denver is 67 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Start saving on the road with Valero's 100 Days of Summer. Get fuel-saving snacks, swag, and more every day all summer long. Only with Valero Pay Plus. Download the app and start saving right now. Additional terms and conditions apply.
David Ellis, he'll weigh it and pay it. Maybe you got one earring in that drawer and you lost the other one. Maybe a broken watch. How about coins that have been laying around forever? How about a mismatched earring? How about a broken anything, any piece of jewelry, you get the idea, that has a value to it that you don't use anymore, an old wedding ring. How about gold teeth maybe you didn't have or you had at one point and now you want to get rid of them? David Ellis will weigh it and pay it on the spot, give you way better money than a pawn store. They're at 3rd and Clayton. You can check them out at davidellisjewelry.com. davidellisjewelry.com. Now let's talk about Empower Mortgage. Mark Massey. Here's what I love about Mark. He doesn't just do reverse mortgages. Of course, he specializes in those. But if a reverse mortgage isn't right for your circumstance, he's not going to try to sell you one. Some people need one and can use one and it'll help them. Other people won't. He'll give you the good, the bad, the ugly when it comes to reverse mortgages. 720-500-7719. Tell Mark I sent you. 720-500-7719.
Video's frozen. Is there anything I can do to help with that?
What do you mean?
The video is frozen. Is there anything I can
Frozen
do?
like?
Literally frozen. People are chatting, but
he was
the
working
video's
with
frozen.
Smarty Marty, so but you can definitely go on air and talk to them about it if you have comments.
Does he have to three-finger it, restart it?
I'll run in screaming at him if I'm not starting this show. Just have him come in.
You know, Marty do it.
Marty.
I almost had to do it the other day.
Mark had me do it once.
Oh my God.
A month ago.
You
on
can do
Card Friday.
You can do it.
Okay, well, what's your name, sir?
Certainly try, but
Paul, hang on for
Good
me,
morning,
and they will be with you
Troubleshooter
as
Show. Would
soon
you like to
as
talk to
possible,
Mark
okay?
King?
Hang on.
Hey, don't run off. I'm the opposite of help. Let me get you over to Kelly. Hang on.
Good morning. Thanks so much for calling the Tom Martino Show. How can I help you?
Tell them Comcast,
Hi, Robert.
or YouTube, tell them Comcast went down. I had to reboot it. It shouldn't kill the feed, but
Yeah,
the video will
absolutely.
not
Do you
be
have a
back
comment
up
about
for whatever.
I sent the phone
5-10 minutes,
Okay,
but
perfect.
I'm not
Hang
going to
on for me.
restart YouTube.
And
In other words,
We'll be
they
right
can
with
still
you, okay?
hear,
Hold
they
on.
just can't see. Does that make sense?
telling him.
Like a lot of radio listeners.
A lot of radio listeners love
viewers, not
watching
so much.
TV.
And the video's like this. You're talking and I'm like this.
What's this? First, okay, it doesn't matter. I'll show you how we handle it, Kelly. I'll say how.
What? Comment on red light therapy.
anyway, so
Comment on almost
the whole
losing
thing.
foot.
It says see email. I don't know what she.
I think she meant that for an old
I
call.
don't know. Are you in it too?
Okay, well, on the show yesterday, Mark was talking to a lady with her parent that was running out of money and very ill and needed to change her home to funds. Mark spoke and said Michelle would be the one to talk to. Oh, okay, she mean. Oh.
Who's Michelle?
No, you mean Barb Shoe. Shoe
Oh, shoe.
with angels.
Barb
Oh.
Shoe is good at getting. Here's what Barb Shoe does, and I'm basically, of course, just talking to YouTubers. Barb Shoe goes out if you have parents that are elderly or parents that might need special care or parents that are getting up there and they're running out of money, people that might have insurance policies for long-term health in their house or any kind
You
of
have to
thing
stay
like that.
awake? So I can't do that.
She can actually go to Social Security, SSDI, she can go to Medicaid. She can figure out where to get money to help your parents. That's basically, or yourself. That's what Barb Shoe does. She knows all those systems, all the free money systems, right, Paul? Paul says right.
Whatever you say, Mark.
Thank you.
Okay, we've got 3 comments on
Red light therapy.
regenerative medicine.
By the way, if red light therapy is a real thing, I'm shoving a flashlight up my ass to try to improve my life tonight.
It's like
Nice, Shannon.
what could red lights? I don't know. Well,
you're an expert
whatever.
We're just better than blue lights.
Drinking alkaline
Well-
water is the biggest.
When I took a tour of the plant, of the water plant, he said that he wishes he invented bottled water, man, because he
Understood.
what a scam. He thinks the whole thing is a scam.
It is a scam. I totally
All the
agree
bottled
with
water
you.
shit.
Yeah,
I think it's bullshit, though, Marty. I realize you got to be a little careful, but I even disagree with that. But it doesn't even matter for any. All right, 303-713-8255. We've got a lot of comments on regenerative medicine. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. I guess I'll go to Gregory first. Gregory, what's your comment on it?
Hello?
Hello, Gregory. What's your comment?
Well, I am actually going through that exact same treatment that you were describing.
The red light therapy, is that what it's... I mean, what do they call it wherever you're going?
They call it infrared light therapy.
And what do you do? What's it? Is it? Does it look like a flashlight? Or my understanding, it's more like a wrap with multiple lights in it that you wrap around your foot, your leg, your arm, whatever it is.
Yeah, exactly. It's like a belt, and it's got red LEDs on the one side of it.
And why are you doing it? What is your ailment? What are you trying to help?
Neuropathy in my feet.
Okay, and then is it working for you?
Yes, it is. I'm on the tail end of the treatment, and the neuropathy is getting better, and my legs are feeling better.
Is that the only treatment you're doing?
No, it's a combination of things, including platelet-rich plasma injections.
Well, oh my goodness, that's a huge thing, Gregory. I mean, PRP, it's very successful. Why do you think? And I love this conversation, but why do you think the red light therapy is doing anything if you've had PRP? Even if you had real stem cells where they get them from you, and basically put them back into the bad area, your foot. I mean, that could help tremendously. But why do you think the red light's working?
Well, it's hard to separate the effects of the different things.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. It is. It's really hard.
You do the PRP, you do the light therapy on your own at home.
Yeah.
Twice a day, and they also do the electrical cell stimulation, which is the TENS unit.
Yeah, Marty swears by that. So I'll take Marty at his word. He's done it forever. He's seen patients actually doing it. It is kind of funny, though, Marty, thinking about when you prescribe or you're on three different therapies to cure or to help your ailment. It's hard to say what's working.
That's right. See, he didn't mention either. This individual, is he getting adjusted?
I have no idea.
Are you getting adjustments?
Yeah.
No, there's no
adjustments.
Okay, well.
And when you do the ECS, it's called the electrical stimulation. They also inject you with a vitamin cocktail into your feet to help the process.
How much did you pay for that?
A little over $5,000.
Holy! You paid? No, you mean for everything or just for the red light?
No, for everything. The red light was $1,500.
15. That seems to be. Okay, hey man, I really appreciate your comment. I do. I don't know if the red light, just like you, I don't know if that's what's helping or not. Go ahead, Marty.
I will say light therapy does work.
Yeah.
Naomi is currently going through something. She's got dermatitis.
Yeah.
So we go to one of these restore, cryotherapy places.
Sure.
And she says it's helping.
It is. Is that all she's doing?
She's doing light and she does the cryo, which is.
Here's the thing, though. They're $1,500 everywhere. You can free up line one, Kelly. And I'm on Amazon right now. Listen, I'm not going to pretend to know the different quality. Let's face it. You can buy a Yugo or you can buy a Mercedes.
Right.
I mean, there's everything out there. But it seems very strange to me that red light belt for body comfort and for, every time I go to Amazon on this computer, it's in Spanish. I, for the life of me, got to figure out why. But I see these red light wraps everywhere, and they're anywhere from $49 to $199. how they're $1,500, and the high pressure telling someone that's 92 years old, if you don't buy our $1,500 super light, our flashlight, our whatever it's called, our red light therapy, you might have to get your foot cut off, is a bunch of crap. Everybody hold tight. 303-713-8255. Mark, what is going on with you? Paul Robert, I promise I'll come to you after that. Mark, what's going on, bro?
I have a mechanic. And I want to...
Mark, I can barely hear you, man. Can you come off speaker or whatever you're on, Bluetooth?
Oh.
Go ahead.
There you go. Is this better? Can you hear me now?
No, can't, bro.
Well, I don't know what the crap.
I mean, you sound like you're in a jar. Like, for real, man. I mean, you sound like you're in a jar. There you go. What's going on, bro?
There we go. So sorry. Got a mechanic. He's had my car for a little over a year.
Oh, is his name Jim Weasel?
Is it what?
Is his name Jim Weiss?
Or Jeff Jolliffe?
No.
Or Jeff Jolliffe?
No.
Okay, what's going on? He's had it over a year. Why?
I need an attorney who has a specialty under the Colorado Vehicle Mechanic Law of suing mechanics.
Mark, but what's going on? Tell me the problem. You might not even need an attorney. So what's going on?
He's had the car for a year, for a little over a year. He says this item will fix it. I pay him $600 or $700, and that item doesn't.
How much have you paid him so far?
About $3,000.
$3,000. It's been a year. What kind of car is it? You're going to get me spun up, bro.
It's a 26-year-old BMW.
BMW what?
850.
BMW 850. The guy's had it over a year. When you first brought it in, what was the main issue? What was the symptom?
It wouldn't start.
And what did they sell you at first? A battery, a starter? What was the first thing he sold you?
First was a battery, and then we had to reprogram something, some computer deal.
Yeah.
Then there was something else, and it's been, as I say, a little over a year.
So you're 3,000 deep. The car right now still will not start?
That's correct.
What's the name of this shop? What's the name of it?
I don't want to give the name out.
Well, we'd love to call over there and see what's going on and try to help you out. I don't quite understand. Hold on a second. I'm going to tell you how we can possibly help you and remedy this situation, but I have to take this break, man. So hopefully you can hold on. If not, I don't know what to tell you, but I have some really good ideas right after this.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by STEM.
A fairly standard drive throughout the Denver Metro before we hit the 11 o'clock hour. I-25 southbound showing speeds in the 40s and 50s between I-70 and Spear Boulevard. Heading east from there, I-70 eastbound, we still have a rolled over semi on the on-ramp from Quebec Street to I-70 eastbound. However, delays are minimal. Cars are getting by just fine. And otherwise, pretty easy driving throughout Denver and beyond. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, partly cloudy skies. More thunderstorms later this afternoon, high of 79 degrees, cooler than yesterday, overnight low of 59. Tomorrow, isolated thunderstorms, high 83. The current temperature in Denver, 70 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and Weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
If the weather calls for rain, then the rain calls for mosquitoes. Keep them away with STEM. STEM is powered by active ingredients found in plants to repel mosquitoes safely and effectively when used as directed. STEM, rooted in nature, optimized by science.
It is so important to have someone on your side when you're dealing with your insurance company, maybe after a hailstorm, maybe after a tornado like in Highlands Ranch. Your insurance company is going to send out an adjuster that's going to fight you and not want to pay you the amount of money they owe. Yes, they might write you a check for $20,000 for that roof, but they're not going to talk about the siding. They're not going to talk about everything else. They're going to end up screwing you. They probably owe you $40,000. They give you $20,000. That's why you call Matt at Paragon Services, 719-726-0000. 0020. He'll fight for you. He's a public adjuster, 719-726-0020. Now, we just had Tony on at the beginning of the show, TJ with Garage Kings. If you want polyaspartic coatings on your garage floor, oil comes right up, gasoline, it's tough as nails. I love ours. We take the hose out once a year. It looks brand new again. They can even cover the steps to match in your garage, patios, walkways, you name it. Lifetime warranty. You don't pay till it's done. 100% guaranteed. 720-252-0370. 720-252-0370.
There are 5 costly mistakes that home sellers.
Kelly will talk to you for a sec. Just
720-252.
does something with the phone line. Don't run
Hey,
off.
30 seconds is a lot for some, and it's way too little for others.
So Comcast is back up. The video is still going, but it's black. The chat is live and everything, but the video's black. Okay, Mark's running, guys. He's running.
Don't run off. I'm the opposite of help. Let me get you over to
Cracking the whip.
That's right.
Good morning. Thanks so much for calling the Tom Martino Show. How can I help you? Oh. Oh my gosh. Okay. I wonder what's going on with line 2 then. Okay. Hang on for me, and we will get right to you. Hello, Tom Martino Show.
Yep.
Absolutely.
We
Hang
are
on
there.
For me,
We
okay?
are.
One moment.
Okay. Shannon, why'd you go to Elizabeth? Don't lie. Straight up, brother.
No, I do that stuff all the time.
Just
I'm like,
seriously, just take a drive out there.
yeah, I'll like Google something for. I'm like, oh, there's this soup restaurant in Fraser. Let's go.
Okay,
so
cool.
I do that.
I do.
Nice.
I know she's on the phone. I wonder if she tried calling. Did you give her the phone number for Denver Regenerative?
Denver region.
He can't hear. Marty's deaf. He's deaf. I'm looking at him and he can't hear me.
He doesn't have offline.
He's looking at porn on his phone. Look at him. Look at that. I wonder what genre.
He's got like a smirk on his face.
I know. What genre do you think he's? Shannon, chime in here. Look at his face.
Anime porn.
You think it's that anime?
high tie? What is it? High
Gosh,
10
no
or
offense.
High tie.
I'm picking up a bi-curious vibe.
Oh, okay. Possibly.
Paul, if you want to hear Shannon
Stepmother.
hit offline when we're on breaks, but
Yeah,
when we
don't-
go on to
don't
go
do
back,
it. Don't
and then you
do
got to
it.
put your headphones
No,
in.
don't do it.
Yeah, there you go.
Don't do it.
Now you're gonna hear
Don't
shit.
do
You
it,
don't have
Paul.
to hit the on button.
Don't do it, Paul.
Yeah, Shannon's a
Don't
smart
get
ass.
involved. Smart ass. Golly. Borderline
Or just
criminal.
remove smart.
Mm-hmm. Well, if given the choice between smartass and dumbass, I'll take smartass.
Oh, that's
anyway.
true.
Yeah.
Paul, I'm going to bring up an article when we come back, not this time, but next, that you're going to be talking about.
Go back to Mark on legal advice. His time's limited on the mechanic.
I understand.
And we think we got a better connection on line 1.
Sweet.
I went to In-N-Out Burger yesterday to celebrate the mask mandate.
The non-mask
Not until
mandate.
August 4th. It's not until August 4th, so there still was one chubby young man out in the parking lot.
You're kidding.
Wearing a mask. He and we connected, and he knew I knew.
I can't believe it. It's so crazy. After everything we learned about masking up, it's the dumbest thing you can do for kids. It did nothing.
No. It is a great
God,
way
we
to
are
signal
so
to
stupid.
others that you care.
Get the number and call the clinic.
Oh, crap. We're
No,
coming
would you get
back.
it
We're coming back. Back to PG.
iHeartRadio station.
All right, 303-713-8255. Debbie, Paul, Robert, they have comments on The regenerative medicine, we're going to go to them. But, Mark, I want to, well, he just dropped off. He waited that long, then he dropped off. He called up a shop, has had his car for a year. He's 3,000 deep into it. He doesn't want to give the name of the shop out. I have no idea why. I've got to explain to people real quick how this show works. We generally and genuinely use the power of the media. Yeah, the power of the media. We're on the airwaves to go after people like this, to expose them. Now, maybe this guy hasn't done anything wrong. Maybe he's just a really bad mechanic. I don't know. But for you not to have a vehicle for a year is insane, brother. So when you do want help, reach back out to us, and we're going to help you. We will light a fire. We will at least figure out what's going on, or we can figure out to bring it to somewhere else and diagnose it properly. My guess is you didn't need to flash that computer or ECM. My guess is you didn't need that starter. My guess is they have absolutely no idea. Their head is so far up their butts at that shop that they don't know how to fix it. It's been a year. Is there any reasoning that anybody in this room, Paul the Waterman, if you went out and looked at a water system or were repairing a softener, is there any reason it would take a year, unless if, let's say during COVID, something where you're not like allowed to go out or something stupid. In any other form, can you imagine taking a year to fix anything?
No, not at all.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
There is no excuse for it, bro. So when you're done bending over for this company, call back and we'll help you out. I'm not kidding, man. I promise you we get results. Over $300 million, dude. What was his name? Was it Mark?
Mark.
Mark, really, man. When you're sick and tired of it and you're ready to give the name of the shop, we will get involved, and no matter what, we're going to help you. It doesn't matter how, but we're going to help you.
His time was limited. Maybe he'll call back.
Yeah, okay, cool. Robert, what's going on with you? What is your comment on red light therapy, sir?
Hi.
Hey, Robert.
So I have a dog, and he had a chronically sore leg, and I was talking to a chiropractor, and they said, I'm not going to bring him in here and put him on my people machine, but go on Amazon like you're talking about and buy the red light. So I'd sit in front of the TV and watch a movie with my wife, and I'd get the dog over there and give him a red light treatment with this flashlight device that had all these pinhole red lights that are special wavelength, blah, blah, blah. And he actually got better. And so I started reading a little bit about it. And apparently what the red light does is it just stimulates circulation in that area. So for joint pain, that's good because that's a low circulation zone in your body. And it helped his body heal. I think that's all it is, pure and simple.
If that's all you did, then we've got to say, yeah, it does work. But my a couple things about everything you said. One, I wonder if it's like, and I'm not going to pretend to know a lot about this form of medicine, but if you think of acupuncture, my understanding was, and I don't know much about it, but when they put those needles in you in certain places, for lack or a layman's interpretation, blood rushes to those areas. And then when the blood rushes there, it starts healing those areas. I mean, that's just kind of how the human body works. Is the red lights, are you thinking it works the same way? It stimulates whatever area so the blood flows to that area?
Yeah, I think it's that. I think it's just that simple because we didn't do anything different, and he had not been, getting any better from a mobility perspective.
And how much was yours? How much was yours on Amazon?
Oh, it was like a year ago, and it was like in the range you're talking about, 100, 100 and a quarter, something like that.
Yeah, I can't, go ahead,
Lots
Smarty.
of good reviews on Amazon, Mark.
Yeah.
I would say that if it's a dog, you take away the placebo effect.
Oh, definitely. I mean, the dog doesn't know what the hell's going on.
With humans, sometimes there is the placebo effect.
Yeah, absolutely.
The dog doesn't know. So
maybe these things do work.
There's some validity.
If I think of exactly what Robert's saying, I've got to agree. I mean, it is. It's a dog and it worked. But that doesn't stop the fact they're selling them for $1,500 And hold on, maybe they do work, but to tell a 92-year-old man, if you don't buy it and don't use it, we might have to amputate your feet. Now, that's according to the daughter. I mean, Robert, you must even find that absurd.
Well, that's clearly absurd. I mean, sell it for what it is. It's this therapy that tries to help your body heal by stimulating the blood.
Yep.
Period. Let's try it. See what happens. But
Hey, man, I appreciate it. Hey, Paul, what is your comment on this? Paul.
Yeah, Mark. I just wanted to validate what that 92-year-old man said. I got in. I turned the show on while you were talking about it, so I'm not sure.
Sure, go ahead, man. What's your comment on it? So a 92-year-old guy goes to, let me just say it because a lot of people just tuned in. What was it called again? Denver? I forget. We need to put that up on the screen for me somewhere. But he goes into this clinic.
Advanced regenerative.
So he ends up going into this clinic. According to his daughter, they tell the 92-year-old man, if you don't buy this $1,500 light, you're going to basically lose your foot. It might have to be amputated. Go ahead, real quick, Paul.
Yeah, I went to a place called, I believe it was Elevation, for a special $25 evaluation. And they told me the same thing. If I didn't do that.
Okay, hold on. I want to hold you over, Paul, and figure out what you did. Like, honestly, hold tight. Everybody, hold tight.
Like you're in
Is the video working?
Yeah, it's good.
I believe they did intimidate because I got the same story a year ago. It's the same story. I'm going to lose my foot. So, of course, the doctor denied saying it that way. But it is implied, whoever is telling him, it's obviously a sales technique, which shouldn't be used. You can't predict in medicine what you're going to lose or not lose, especially with a light. I mean, this is stupid. It's bad medicine.
Good morning,
in my opinion.
Troubleshooter show. Did you want to talk
It's fear-mongering.
Yeah, that's what it is. That's what it is.
Everybody fear-mongers nowadays.
Yeah, but it's wrong in medicine.
But it's super wrong when they're 92.
And it's wrong in medicine.
You know, that's
medicine is
borderline
totally,
elder abuse.
Because you're talking about your health.
No, I totally agree with you.
Definitely wrong. I mean, law or other things that are not killing you, but when you're talking about you have a priority with health care.
They're taking advantage of
Dead possum.
ADTs now
You just never know what connection you're getting. But if I may, go, yeah.
He had a lot of leads where they go to people in their 80s trying to sell them, fixed income solar panels.
Tequila is bad for environment? What is this? Now we're talking. Now I'm getting pissed. now they're making it personal. Tequila.
Now it's fear-mongering.
Bad for environment. Tequila, bad. Let me see. For environment. This is getting insane. We have gone too far now.
We better drink it then so it's not out in the environment, Mark.
The processing generates a lot of waste. Every liter of tequila produced about 5 kilograms or 11 pounds of pulp.
Oh, wow.
And 10 to 15 liters of Vaness and acid liquid are left behind. If disposed of improperly, the Vaness, have you ever heard of that word, Paul, just being in water?
No.
Contaminates both soil and water supplies, leading to ecological dead zones. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. My God. Now tequila is bad for the environment. Pretty soon, all we're going to eat is like bark. That'll be it. Hey, what are we having for dinner tonight? Bark.
At least it's got roughage.
Bark and grass. Hey, what's your roof made of? Sod. It's going to be crazy. Where do you live? I live in a clay house with a sod roof, and we eat bark.
Adobe.
Now we're good.
We're back with the American Indians.
Is the madness ever going to end?
No, it's never going to end.
You know, the sad thing is the clear minority is controlling the majority.
Well,
the loudest mouths.
That's what it is.
Exactly.
That's
and who controls the media? I mean, really, that's the whole other part of it.
Clear minorities.
It'll be funny if they don't get Trump on any of this stuff. And then what's going to be next? Because there will be something next. Maybe a parking ticket. This is the most outright bullshit ever.
Mark, we apparently have the light therapy inventor on line 4.
Oh, cool.
Who is that criminal?
Okay. Hey, Kelly.
Not Al Pacino. Al.
Can you hear me?
They got him on tax.
I have a call
tax
lined up.
evasion.
I'm going to email it to you real quick. Call him
criminal
right
in the
away,
30s and
please, if there's a
40s,
line clear.
In Chicago.
Well,
Al.
I can call him
Well,
on
they
6,
got him
7,
on-
and 8.
on tax
Just call him when the
Al
line
Capone.
clears,
Al
if that's
Capone,
okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, I'm going to send it to help.
RICO
the ones on the
laws
show
for
calls too
So
that
they
I'm trying to
couldn't
get
get him on
to.
anything.
Yeah, I know,
Perfect.
but he was
These
a bad
comments
dude.
should
Yeah,
go
he was,
quick,
but they
so
couldn't
hopefully
get
we
him on
get
the
it.
legal stuff.
Sue's call
So they
lined
got
up.
him on. So they
Call
want. They want Mark
ASAP.
Major. They'll find a way. to
Yeah,
get
they'll
him.
find it.
They'll figure it out. Tax
Well,
evasion.
what you said in the other program with this AI,
yep,
they can fake a video. If they can erase you from a picture, that
Oh,
proves
easily.
right, and they can erase you from a video. And then the other thing I read is they're coming up with synthetic
And
DNA.
can you hear me?
They can
I'm
copy
still
your
trying to work on
DNA.
Tom
They can
from
really
Jiffy Lube.
damage it.
Or
yeah.
Tim. Tim.
They don't even really
I'll
need to copy it if they get it. Think about it. They don't even.
all
I
these
mean,
videos
because
are
they
fake.
have it. I mean, I don't know why you'd copy it.
Ancestral, if
Did
you
you-
do it at ancestral.com, they got a copy. I mean, it's right there.
Did you see
But
that
leave
fake
it at a
debate?
crime scene is what I'm
the funny
saying.
debate between
Got it.
Biden and Trump, that fake one, that was hilarious.
It's been
With
going
all the
on
F-bombs.
I think, Twitch, right?
It's on somewhere, but it's hilarious.
It's just constant.
It looks real.
It looks real and it
looks
sounds real.
And
And the
Sue,
F-bombs.
Yeah.
and
I
F-
don't know if Marty can hear me, but
Hey,
he
Kelly,
can
if he
yell
truly
that,
is the inventor,
I
put
saw
up
it's out
his
of the
last name.
office.
she's out of the office.
Are
I
you
wanna
going to try
Google
it?
it.
Did they say
Delete it
she'd be in
because-
later?
No, she's out of the office today.
She's full. They're full of it.
Who's that?
So
Marty's case, the office. They
What-
said she's out of the office.
How about the doctor? Do we know the doctor's name?
Nelson.
And
Well, he's an
also,
employee, by the way.
I'm going
Well,
to
he's
take
not the
this
owner.
off because I've got an
Not
11:15
the
live
owner.
spot.
See
for
if
him,
anybody will come on
120.
then.
Perfect.
Who's?
Yeah, we don't care who
Who it
comes
is.
on.
Someone
Anybody that's
represent
there,
him.
Kelly.
I emailed you, Kelly, but whoever's on the call list, make them priority when a line clears. And then the one I emailed you, I told him we'd call him as soon as a line clears.
Okay, I got
It's
you.
funny how it was a total different attitude from a year ago to yesterday.
Well, here's what
She
I'm
accused
guessing.
Me
No, I want a red light therapy for my
of threatening them. The threat was, I'll report back to Martino. That's what I said. I'll have to report this back to Martino. You threatening me? You see, they're guilty of something. When they have that attitude, because reporting back to Martino, that's not a threat. I'm reporting what you say.
Well, it's not a threat. It's what you're doing.
Yeah, but to them, because they're guilty of something, it's you're threatening them because they're doing something wrong.
Yeah.
That $500, they have a $500 cancellation fee. That means they have a lot of people canceling.
I don't think you should be selling a 92-year-old man
No, well-
anything without. Now, there's going to be people that are 92 that would have no issue
Well,
with
she
this.
claims her father's loose. He's got no problems. He's the type that he looks for these things in the paper, all these discounts or
You know what we
deals, and he
should do
goes
is
for
get
them.
him on.
Yeah, get the old guy on.
I'd love to get the old man on, and he can tell his story at 92
Because
years old.
They claim that he had 4 visits. She says he had no visits.
Marty, what's the name of this place again?
Advanced regenerative.
Advanced regenerative
Here's
care,
the
I
different
believe.
story. They're claiming that he's got 4 visits, and the daughter says the
Hold
father.
on. Advanced
regenerative.
Where are you looking at that?
Well, it's on the call screen, but
That's where I'm saying. I don't see it on there. Where do you see it?
definitely line 2.
Here's you want the number?
But Suzanne said.
I'm just looking at the contract or whatever he signed, the letter. Thank you, Advanced Regenerative Health.
Oh, hell.
Pardon me.
You got it, brother.
Regenerative, right?
Regenerative.
Regenerative. It rhymes with generative.
Done. Thank you. Bye.
Regenerative.
Hi, Jenny. It's Kelly over at the
Regenerative.
Martinez Show. How are you?
Advanced regenerative.
A degenerate.
I'm good, thanks. So I've
Advanced
got your
regenerative
topic of
health.
But for them to
alcohol
say
and
it's a
custody.
$500
When is
cancellation, that
monitoring
makes me they
necessary?
get a lot of people wanting to cancel.
Okay, perfect.
Because that would be
Hang
a
on for me, and we'll
$500.
get you on
Hey,
the break,
Rock,
okay?
did you get a chance to look at those pictures and stuff?
Or
Okay.
Okay,
yeah,
hold on. I'm gonna
discourage.
have
It'll
Kelly call
discourage
you
them
when
from
we get a line
stopping.
open, and I'm gonna get her on.
Might as
Okay.
well go through with it.
Mark,
Hold
Jenny
tight.
Ray is the attorney for Harris Family Law for the live at 11:15.
Who is it?
Jenny Ray is the Harris Family Law attorney coming
Alcohol
on
in
for the live.
custody. Oh, interesting.
When is monitoring necessary?
He said Rock just said those pictures are horrible.
Yep.
Horrible.
Yep.
We need to get her on.
Mark, I texted her, waiting
Okay.
for her to call me back. Calm down.
I told you this, but
Ripped off, bad news. You so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Welcome to the show, the only show of its kind. We're here to solve problems, answer questions, take complaints you've been ripped off or taken advantage of. We want to hear from you. I'll let you know when a line's open, but 303-MARTINO is a number. That number works on and off the air. You can actually watch us as well, including during the breaks. If you go to YouTube any time of day, it doesn't matter. We archive these shows for years. There's 5 years worth of shows. You can actually watch us during the breaks. You can join in the chat when it comes to virtually anything. It's a show within the show, no matter how you look at it. It's a show about nothing. Actually, it's the opposite. It's a show about everything. 303-MARTINO. Once again, number works on and off the air. If you leave a message when it's not during the show, we'll reach back out to you. And help, H-E-L-P, help, at troubleshooter.com. You can always email us. We check that all the time. Some topics blow me away. We had a guy that went to Advanced Regenerative Health. And according to his daughter, it's a 92-year-old man, and according to his daughter, they told him if they didn't buy this light or go through with whatever this red light therapy is, he could possibly have to have his foot amputated. I don't know how bad they made this sound because I wasn't there, but I know amputate was in the conversation, according to the daughter. We dealt with this same company along the same lines a year ago, and Smarty Marty was on that case. By the way, he's in studio with us one of the first times. Smarty Marty, a year ago, really quick, these guys were great. They refunded the light. They might have kept $100, whatever it was. They were very fair, and the outcome was great.
That's correct.
This time, they're standing strong. I don't even know how you put it. They're not going to refund the 92-year-old for the light.
Now, the story is different that I got from the office manager.
What's different?
She's saying there were 4 visits.
Okay, but that's fine. They did it on their behalf. Advanced Regenerative Health. They refunded $3,500 out of $5,500 for visits he wasn't going to be going to.
But the daughter didn't tell me there were 4 visits, so I got different information. There's conflicting information.
I got it. So but I don't even have a problem with the visits. He prepaid for them. They refunded. Whether he went to 2 or 3, I just don't care.
She claims they kept 4. So
what I care about is the damn $400 or $1,500 red light.
Again, a year ago, the doctor told me it's not the kind you get on Amazon. It's
not the one you buy. I get it. It's not the $49 one at Amazon.
It's believable because there are commercial grade appliances that medical uses that you can't get them on eBay. So
I wonder where they buy them. That's what I'd like to know then.
But
where do they buy them? I bet I can find whatever they sell on Amazon, Marty.
Okay.
I don't know that for a fact, but I bet I can.
Okay.
Don't you think so? Or do you think these are super duper lights?
You could probably get the toys on Amazon if that's what they are. But this other gentleman says it worked for his dog.
No, what I'm saying is you can buy a wheelchair on Amazon. You can buy all forms of medical devices, hearing aids, you name it, you can buy it on. I don't think this light has to have a prescription written for it, in other words.
No, you don't need a prescription.
You can just buy one. Correct. But here, listen to this, Marty. This guy on right now, David.
Okay.
He says he invented light therapy. Now, if he did invent it, Kelly, I asked you for his last name. Does he not want to give that out?
Well, Al Gore invented the internet.
I can't hear you, Kelly.
Hold on.
I don't know what she's doing. 303-713-8255. We're going to go to that guy in a second. She's talking to him. Debbie, what's your comment on it? Then we're going to go to David, who says he invented this therapy. But go ahead, Debbie. What's your comment?
Did you say Debbie? I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am, I did. How are you, Debbie?
I'm good. I just want to add a little bit more to this.
Please.
I went to Advanced Regenerative in February of 2021.
Got it.
Went through the same spiel of everything and just chose to do I think you called it ECS, the electronic pulses with the vitamin shots.
Got it.
And I did that for 4 months, 2 times a week. Didn't really notice any difference. But when I first went in there, they said that it would be covered by my insurance. So No problem. I didn't worry about it. I did my treatments. Well, for the last 2 years, they've tried to get payment from my insurance company, and it's been denied. I just got one this week saying it was denied. So I'm waiting to see if they're going to come back to me and try to collect the $3,000 from me now.
But you never got anything out of it, out of the $3,000 or whatever. Did you get anything out of it?
Well, I didn't really notice a difference with my feet. It's for neuropathy in my feet, and I really didn't notice that much of a difference or improvement, so that's why I didn't continue to do it.
Got it.
But what I'm afraid is going to happen is since my insurance company for 2 years has denied the claim.
Why are they
for
denying it? Based on what?
They said that wasn't needed.
Yeah, okay, I dig.
Basically.
Or that's
But
basically
what
their
I'm
way
afraid
of saying it's not going to do anything.
Right. So basically, I'm waiting for them to come back to me and say, well, your insurance denied it, so now you owe us $3,000.
And there's a good chance that could happen because ultimately you're the one responsible for it. You know that. But if that does happen, I want you to reach out to us, Debbie.
Okay.
I'm being serious. You reach out. But you're sure that was Advanced Regenerative Health?
Yep.
Man, I'll tell you, we don't get, ever since Dr. Dean Jones was one of these guys back in the day selling fake stem cells. I'll call them what they are. They're fake dead stem cells. If stem cells are shipped into a clinic, they're fake. It's simple as that. If they don't take them out of you and put them back into you, they're fake. And we went after him with vigor. And guess what? We basically shut that down. You won't see many fake stem cells anymore. Now, David Wright, inventor of many different medical devices. David Wright, I have to ask you something. First of all, I haven't Googled you. I haven't done anything. Where do I find a little bit about you on the website or something our listeners can Google right now to see who we're dealing with? Because this says you're the inventor of this therapy.
No, I didn't say that. Specificity is important. I am the CEO, former CEO, founder of WI, founded in 2001. I do have 100 patents. You can go onto the USPTO, United States Patent and Trademark Office.gov, and look up the patents. I opened a company in 2001, and in about 2004, a woman came in with a patent that her late husband had filed and was awarded for a light therapy device. It ran at 630 nanometers. And what that spectrum does in the vascular system, particularly in the peripheral vascular system, is it releases a chemical called nitric oxide. Now, that's all the rage nowadays. But what the nitric oxide does is dilate the vascular system. So I'm going to back up and say heat is probably the oldest therapy known to man.
Yeah.
They probably climbed out of a cave and sat in the sun or got next to a fire. And what that does is it basically promotes the flow of blood. And as we know, the flow of blood's probably a good thing. So backing up here, we've developed a device for this company in Denver, and I won't use their name, but the real key...
Is it red light therapy, though, as a generic use of the word? Is it red light therapy?
Yes, you can call it red light therapy, but the interesting thing is the spectrum that's most effective is the near IR infrared, which is non-visible. So the device we developed didn't even have a visible light in it, but it had 90 LEDs per pod and 6 pods per device.
That put out this frequency, for lack of a better words, or something on the spectrum.
Yeah.
That, hold on, I want to get as layman as we can get. So you wrap around whatever's hurting, for neuropathy, say a foot. You wrap it around, and it stimulates the blood to flow more, and it releases what?
It releases nitric oxide, which stimulates blood flow and vascular dilation.
Got it.
And so, and here's one thing about that group.
And how does that heal?
Exclusive.
Hold on a second, Doc. Or I assume you're a doctor. I don't know, David. So as...
No, I'm a biomedical engineer, and I flunked out of high school. But let's keep going.
Nice. So what happens? So after the blood's flowing better, because of the stimuli, what ends up happening in that area? What actually, because the blood's flowing more, wouldn't that mean the blood's flowing more everywhere, or is it drawing the blood to that area that's getting stimulated?
So it's dilating it in that area. But
Got
you
it.
bring up a good point, because the nitric oxide is transient and it goes to other areas.
Yes.
There are actually nutraceuticals that you can read about on the market right now that do the same thing, the release of nitric oxide. And Dr. Bartlett at the University of Michigan has been working with this in organ perfusion, and because obviously in organ perfusion and transport, maintaining flow in the capillary bed is very important, because that's where it shuts down to begin with. I do have patents in organ transporters for organ recovery systems of Des Plaines, Illinois. And they were another customer. They said it's the blessing of being in a business that's immature and growing. Patents just flow because there's so many opportunities to transpose knowledge from one base to another. And in this case,
hey,
it was,
Doc, I just don't want to lose a ton of audience, and I'm not saying that, or I said Doc again. I get that.
No. So you get blood flow. So blood is the.
So you get blood
nourishment.
flow. You get blood flow everywhere. So basically, what you're saying is the red light therapy does work. I mean, really, that's what you're saying.
Oh yeah.
Now let me go another step here, though.
Neuropathy.
Hold on. Yeah, for neuropathy, you're saying it does work pretty well for neuropathy.
In certain cases, with certain devices, and the frequency of exposure.
Okay, fair enough. Hold on. Let me ask you this, though.
Therapies, yeah.
Let me ask you something. What is the difference between a $1,500 device, if it's on the same spectrum, if it's pulsing out the exact same thing, and the $100 one on Amazon?
Well, that'd be $1,400.
What do you think? Now, hold on a second. I want to ask you this, too. What do you think
you bet.
about a clinic like Advanced Regenerative Health that tells somebody...
I don't know them.
Well, that's fine. Okay, any clinic. I'll take them out of it. Any clinic that says, if you don't use something like this, we may have to amputate your foot.
I would get not only a second, but a third opinion. We're talking about somebody who probably has very poor blood flow.
They're 92. I assume they do.
Right, exactly. And so I would never comment. First off, is this person an MD, a DO?
I don't know. Honest to God, I don't have the answer. All I can tell you is his daughter called in, and according to her, I wasn't there. That's how they tried to sell the $1,500 red light. Doc, if I call him Doc again, I'm going to smack myself. If he wants to hang on, he can. I'm not sure how much more I want to dive into it. Maybe at some point we cut out Kelly 15 minutes or so for him, and we actually do a full segment. I do not want to do that today, but if he wants to hang for a little bit, I don't have a problem with that. 303-713-8255. We do have a line open. One line open. Joe's got a problem with a catalytic converter stolen from a dealership. We got another issue with auto repair, and that one line open. 303 Martino. Hang tight.
Do you need your watch repaired? Hi, I'm Scott Matthew with Matthews Fine Watches and Jewelry. As the largest watch repair center in Colorado, we are factory authorized for most brands. We are excited to announce that we are now the authorized service center for Jaeger-LeCoultre and Panerai. As always, we service all major brands. Just to name a few, Rolex, Cartier, Tag Heuer, and many more. Matthews, we have time for you.
Matthews Fine Watches and Jewelry, located in the Highlands Ranch Town Center, or online at MatthewsFineWatches.com.
Okay, here's who I want to talk to. Her name is, I'm sorry, I was thinking it was going to be Lisa Harris. It absolutely is not today. And it's Jeannie Ray with the Harris Family Law. Interesting enough, she wants to talk about alcohol in custody when monitoring is necessary. You know, Ginny, I would have never even thought that. So a lot of times you're saying you guys run into a divorce situation at the Harris Family Law Firm where one of the people or one of the parents is a heavy drinker, and I assume and I'm just assuming that, and the other one wants them to be monitored when they have the child. Is that kind of what we're talking about?
Yes, yes. So that it is a reoccurring theme that is currently happening, and sadly, it's coming up much more frequently these days in child custody cases in Colorado. Certainly courts can order alcohol monitoring when there is a concern or evidence that a person is consuming alcohol, and that rises to the level of a problem that
Hey,
can
Jenny,
impact children.
a
Yes.
question on that. What happens if I'm just very sour against my soon-to-be ex-spouse, and I want to say, well, I don't want the kids to be over there because he drinks all the time? I mean, wouldn't you have to bring some kind of proof to the table for the judge?
Absolutely. Absolutely. They're not just going to, in my experience, I haven't seen just judges on a whim say, okay, alcohol monitoring, such as like random UAs, or, devices such as, like breathalyzers,
Sure,
or, other products out on the market that monitor. You have to, every time the monitor dings, you have to kind of, utilize the breathalyzer kind
I
of.
got you. Yeah, to start your car or whatever. So, in other words, but I bet you guys at the Harris Family Law Firm have fought for your client a lot of times when there is accusations that just simply aren't true.
Absolutely, 100%. And, a way that you can defend against that, as you can imagine, is even setting, yourself on those, voluntarily doing random ways to demonstrate that you don't have an issue.
You know what I love about you guys, and I'll be honest, when I talk to Rich, and it's obvious you have a lot to do with the divorce side down there. So if someone calls up there looking for a divorce attorney, they might end up with you. But with 25 attorneys down there, if someone calls up, and it's anything to do with family law and even estate planning, but if someone calls up looking to adopt a kid and needs some help, or give a kid up for adoption, they're going to match you with the right attorney. I love these guys. Jenny, I really appreciate you coming on and talking about that. Hopefully that helped somebody out there that might be up against a spouse making accusations about either drugs or alcohol that are not true. But any family law issues, give the Harris Family Law a call, 303-515-5000, 303-515-5000.
At SimpliSafe, we've designed award-winning home security with advanced sensors, HD cameras, and now this 24.
Anybody want a snack?
No, I'm okay.
You lick up on. Oh, she's gone.
Oh, I'm good, thanks.
Paul,
Thank you.
Yeah, she usually doesn't stay on like Rich and Peter do.
Very nice of you.
Yeah, I'm going to explain when we go back. So, Marty, I know you're kind of in that industry, so it's very interesting to you. There's no doubt. But with a big audience, I can't. No, I know that. I am going to do what I want. But the bottom line is, I don't care what the topic is. I mean, with the exception of maybe Car Fridays, but even that gets a little crazy.
Right.
You gotta mix it up, or you're going to lose a fuckload of your audience.
I agree.
The worst used to be stem cells when they came in.
Okay.
Now, I'm going to hit you between the head with this thing when we come back, Paul. Then I'm going to start jumping the calls, and we'll go back. You know what I'm saying? You know what we do.
I think you do a great job doing what you do.
Harris
Well,
Law.
come on, take it easy. Hey, and Mark, not to be a jerk, but you're still doing that one thing.
I know. You shut up. I already know. I'm gonna fix it right now. Got
What's
it?
he doing?
I'm gonna fix it.
He's fingering people at the wrong time.
So what I do, and I have a bad habit of it.
It's a fun habit.
I'll say, okay, let's go to Jenny,
and
I'll hit it, forgetting.
Right as he says their name.
Yeah. So I hit it
Got
too
it.
early.
Got it.
No,
you
you
got to
did it
give
right.
them a second because
Dude,
they
it's
hear
human
that.
nature. I know you want me to shut up, but it's human nature what you're doing, because I would go, Mark, Suze, Kelly. I'd point at somebody as I say their name, and that's what you're doing.
Is this the same waste management? Oh, this is
it's
the
my
update.
Mm-hmm.
Sweet.
And then 2 outbounds I did there, Mark, for you.
Nice.
And then Mark is back from the auto dealer from earlier where we couldn't hear him, and I told you he had to hang up. So we got a lot going on, you tubies.
That you like?
What's that?
Are there fun little restaurants in Elizabeth that you like?
The brewery's
one of my
okay.
friends is watching.
All right.
You're looking at it, bro. You're on there the
No,
whole time.
there's a new pizza place we're gonna try.
You
Hi,
know
Carl.
that. You don't watch. You listen, right?
We don't eat in
No, I
Elizabeth that
see you
often,
on.
Shannon.
I see you on.
There's
friend
not a
Carl's
huge
watching me
selection.
from
All right,
Florida.
I wondered about that. That was part of what I
Across
was
from the
wondering.
blonde, yeah.
Don't you think, Mark? There's not a lot
Here
we
we
do. Oh, never mind.
khout.com.
All right, 303-713-8255. Ripped off, taken advantage of. Don't forget, help at troubleshooter.com. You can email us anytime. We'll get back to you. Tell your neighbors, tell your friends. Go to YouTube, type in Troubleshooter or Troubleshooter Network. You can watch the show within the show. We talk about all kinds of different things. We had a waste management deal, and we're going to go to that update in a second, but I have to throw something out. I found a CNN article. Hold on here. Gosh dang it. I did have it up, and now I don't. Now I will have it back up. So listen to this. Paul the Waterman. This is absolutely amazing to me. Nearly 50% of U.S. tap water contains forever chemicals. 50%. They're saying at least 45%. This one's CNN. It's everything. About 3 weeks ago, this came out. And every single one has the exact same information. And it looks like the information came from the U.S. Geological Survey, USGS. PFAS are man-made chemicals that are found in everyday items like nonstick cookware, firefighting foams, stain-resistant carpets, products that resist grease, water, and oil. I mean, these things are everywhere, but 45 for sure, but possibly 50% of drinking water has forever chemicals. So when we talk about water softeners, first of all, I want to say this. I used to think it was phony baloney back in the day. People that would show up and do a free test and say, oh, your water sucks. It's going to be $10,000 to fix it. We had one out to our house years ago in Parker. You know, the system back then was probably $5,000, but I don't even know why they showed up. I think Suzanne called them. It was a free test, blah, blah, blah. So there's a lot of fear mongering when it comes to the industry you're in. And I like the way you guys do it. But the bottom line is, I never realized till recently, the last 4 or 5 months, how horrible it really has become. These things are everywhere. It doesn't matter if you're on an aquifer, if you have a well, if you have city water. It just really doesn't matter where it is because these forever chemicals find their way into these systems. So when you go out to do a water check, which you do for free, at least across the Front Range, how do you check for forever chemicals?
We send that to the lab. The state lab is the only way you can do the PFAS. So we rely on the reporting that's required by the local water districts.
Okay, so I want everybody to hear what he just said. He doesn't come out like these old school people 10 years ago and say, hey, you've got bad water, and they show you, they add something to your water, and next thing you know, it's gray, and they tell you you need something else. I'm sorry, to me, it was all hokey pokey. But you actually send it out to the state lab.
The state lab.
And then you share the results with the customer.
Absolutely correct. The lab is a third party. They don't sell water treatment. The results I can trust. So we do
all
the
they
state
do
lab.
is that. And Thornton and Denver have both sent letters directly to their customers saying what?
Adams County as well, that the levels of the forever chemicals surpass what the EPA, allows.
It's absolutely crazy. This is everywhere. This could be one of those things that, like asbestos, in 30 or 40 years, there's lawsuits going on, everything going on. Or they're going to be like cigarettes. There's going to be lawsuits everywhere on these big companies.
The lawsuits are starting. Local governments here in Denver, they're suing these manufacturers right now.
But where I'm going with that is, it's one of these things. Once you have lung cancer from cigarettes and you have a hole in your throat and you're dying, okay, fine. They give you some money. Your family gets some money, but you're dying. You're dying. You should have it checked out. Once again, Paul doesn't come out and go, hey, he can tell you if your water's hard right there and do other things with the test, but with the PFAS, what do you call them?
Yeah, PFAS, forever chemicals.
PFAS, forever chemicals. They will actually send them to the state lab. Listen to that. And there's no charge for that?
Well, we don't charge for the service. We just charge them for the state lab fee, what they charge us.
Do they get the results directly, or you get them?
We get the results, and then we email them to the customer.
Then you send them to the customer.
Right.
Okay, so how much would that be generally? Just the labs?
About $85.
So $85, you can have that tested. Now, for free, what do you do? And I would do that for $85. I am not kidding. That's the one way to know. It's a third party. It's the state. They have no dog in the fight. It's either in your water or not. And it's in 45% of your waters. But for free, you guys come out and check what?
We do the hardness test. We do the total chlorine test, which talks about...
What does the chlorine do?
Chlorine is the total chloramine. It's a chlorine ammonia mixture that's used to sanitize the water.
No. I get that part. They use it in the treatment facilities. Right. When you test for it, are you testing for too little, too much?
Well, too much.
And too much can do what?
Well, as you drink it, it kills your cells in your body.
Okay. It's just simply not good for you.
Right. And it creates dry
skin. It's like drinking swimming pool water.
That's exactly
or
what
hot
it
tub
is.
water.
That's it.
And you check for that for free.
Right, for free.
All right. Water Pros, 303-862-5554. Call. Just get it done. Get it done. 303-862-5554. We'll be talking with Paul more as we go on. Suzanne's got a quick update with Barbara, so I can free that lineup. Then Michael, Joe, Mark, you hang tight. Suzanne, Barbara called. I just brought Barbara up. She called a couple days ago.
Yesterday.
Oh, it was yesterday.
Yeah.
Well, that's a quick fix. Mm-hmm. And she said Waste Management she canceled months ago. I think it was back in May.
Yep.
And all of a sudden, Barbara, you got another bill for $96.
Yes.
Suzanne reached out to our angel. Go ahead, Barbara.
I want to tell you that I thank you because of you guys. You saved us about $100.
I love it.
They called yesterday and canceled my contract.
Excellent.
And said that I wouldn't owe anything, and I really appreciate what you did.
What about the trash picking up the trash can fee?
Are they going to charge you for that?
They didn't say anything about the trash
Good.
can. She just said we canceled everything.
I love it. That means they're not going to charge you for it.
Yeah, I said, am I being charged anything? Is my account free and clear? And she said yes.
Well, Barbara, you just call us anytime you need some help, okay?
I listen to you a lot, especially when I'm in the car, so I just really appreciate what you do.
You got it. We appreciate you listening. Another success story. You know what? That is truly what this show's about. If you have a problem, especially with larger companies, like Waste Management. I mean, they're ginormous. In fact, what I was looking at here real quick, Waste Management net sales, I wanted to look it up. It is, here we go. 2022 February, fourth quarter. This is an old one, but listen to this. $1 billion. $1 billion. In the fourth quarter of 2021, net cash provided by operating activities was $991 million. That's just the fourth quarter. A company like that trying to charge a woman or keep her under contract that's been a customer for 13, 14 years. I'm hoping it just fell through.
You know what, Mark? They got back to me within a half hour.
They rock.
Saying this was resolved. So
I'm glad.
Very cool.
See, I always wonder, though, if we didn't get involved, would she eventually... Honestly, what's your gut? You worked this one, Suzanne.
Well, as Tom says, we are able to cut through the red tape a lot for folks. So, you know, when we can, we do.
All right, one line open, 303-713-8255. I'm going to go to Joe. No, I'm going to go to Mark so we can finish up with him. Then, Joe, I promise you'll be next. Mark, you called before. They've had your BMW at some shop. You don't want to give the name of it for over a year. You're 3,000 deep in it, and it still doesn't start. Is that a pretty good synopsis?
That's pretty good synopsis. And by the way, before I continue, I want to join the previous caller in congratulating you, Mark, and Tom, and your staff, and all that you do. You do a great public service for people, and I appreciate it.
Well, thanks, Mark. You know what I've learned doing this for years with Tom now? There's something very interesting. A lot of people get our number, 303-MARTINO, or get the show information, referralist.com, or our YouTube, whatever it is. A lot of people get the information from attorneys, because they'll call up and have a problem like she does. A lot of people call out to attorneys at first thinking, you know, attorneys are going to jump on stuff. There's a lot of problems that are $500, $1,000, $1,500. You're simply not going to hire an attorney for that, and we can cut through the muster. But anyhow, Mark, here's a couple things, man. One, if you heard me, why don't you give us the name of this company so we can reach out and see what's going on? I'm going to let you talk.
Well, I'm tempted, Mark, but I really don't. I don't want to get into that.
Then what did you expect? Hold on, Mark. You just said, and I hate when I have to cut people off, but it's a very important. It's a very important point. You just talked about the show and what we do and blah, blah, blah. You understand how the show works. We're media with a purpose. We go after people because we're on the air. What are you expecting to get out of this phone call? Do you just want advice on what you should do next? Ask me a question I can help with.
I have tried many times to resolve this problem.
Yep.
And I simply cannot, and I believe the car shop is acting bad faith, and there's absolutely no excuse for their holding the car for a year. So what I want and what I'd like to get out of this call is an attorney referral, someone who specializes in going after auto mechanics.
Mark, there's no, first of all, there's really no such thing. There's lemon law attorneys, but that has nothing to do with what we're talking about. You're talking about a vehicle that's 25 years old. I don't even know the value of it, but let's just throw, I don't know, $5,000 on it. You're already $3,000 deep to this mechanic. By the time you start paying an attorney, and you're never going to find an attorney that's going to work for free on this, you're just not going to find it. There's got to be
Mark,
something at the end of the rainbow.
Here's the problem there. To me, it's not just an issue of a financial issue. I'm willing to spend the money and pay for an attorney, even though it's more than the $3,000 I got into it. These people.
If you want to pay, okay, Mark, I'm not going to argue with you. I'm going to say a couple things. One, Mark Kranak. Mark Kranak at an hourly rate will write them a letter, sue them, do whatever you want for an hourly rate. That's it. And most likely you probably will win according to your story. So you're probably going to be into this car for $20,000 or whatever it is. But if it means that much to you, you can do that. But if it means that much to you where you would come that much out of pocket, I've got to ask you this question. Why the hell wouldn't you want me to rip them a new ass on the show then? If you're willing, you don't like them, you and I both know no mechanic in the world should have a vehicle for a year. Why wouldn't you want to expose them so other people out there don't fall victim to this crook? And I say crook, and it's my opinion, but any mechanic that is $3,000 deep, you've paid them $3,000 according to you, and still is not returned the vehicle, it still doesn't run after a freaking year, I don't know what his end game is. What happens if you go to pick it up finally and he goes, oh, you know what? This is what Jim Weiss used to do. I called him Jim Weasel. Here's what he used to do. You would finally get just fed up with what was going on. Your car was there a year and a half. 44th Auto was the name of his place. You would show up. You've already paid him money. He's done virtually nothing but maybe tear it apart. And he'd say, oh, yeah, you can have it. It's in pieces in the back, but you owe me storage fee of $25 a day for the past year and a half. So to add insult to injury, he'd knock you over the head. He would end up owning cars. So, Mark, you got Mark Kranak's number. I'm going to put you on hold. Kelly, if he wants to talk about who the shop is and get some help that's not going to cost him a ton of money, we'll figure something out. But, I mean, Mark, I'm sorry, man. I appreciate you listening to the show. But to say you're so upset with them, money doesn't matter, you want to go after them, but yet you don't want to say their name on the radio, I don't understand. You can say any company, anybody's name on the radio, just don't lie about it. There's no slander doesn't happen if you're not lying. So unless if your car's been there a week and not a year, that would be a problem. But I don't believe you're doing that. And by the way, when I talk about companies like this, it's my opinion. You know what? We live in the United States, and I can have an opinion like everybody. You get it? I would love to talk to this shop. Unfortunately, I have no idea who they are. Now, Tim, oh man, Jiffy Lube update. My blood pressure just rose when I saw that on the screen. It literally did. This Jiffy Lube has got me just... I'm going to have to be hogtied. Hold tight.
This hour from the Trajan Wealth K-House Studios. Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com. Now, impact traffic.
This report is sponsored by Wendy's BOGO $1 deal.
Some slowdowns up on the north end of town, I-25 southbound after 104th Avenue. We've got a crash off on the right shoulder with slow traffic back from 120th. 2 or 3 minutes of delays for folks heading south towards the downtown area. Into downtown, I-25 northbound, we're looking at speeds in the 30s and 40s between Alameda and Colfax. Heading east, nothing unusual here. I-270 westbound, some stop and go between I-70 and Vasquez. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, partly cloudy skies out there. We're expecting more scattered thunderstorms throughout the Denver metro by the day's end. High of 79 degrees, overnight low of 59. Tomorrow, high 83. The current temperature in Denver is 76 degrees. With your impact traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Wendy's BOGO $1 deal is back at participating Wendy's. Buy a Dave single, spicy chicken sandwich, 10-piece nugs, or medium frosty, and get another for $1. Double your deliciousness. Hurry, this BOGO deal won't last.
All right, the absolute best price in water heaters, $1,299. That's a 40-gallon water heater installed with new gas flex lines, new water lines. It's everything. They haul away the old one. They pull permits if needed. $1,299, $1,399 for a 50-gallon. That's what I got from them. These guys are great. Euro Plumbing. I'm going to say it again. Euro Plumbing. You can Google them later. Find them at Referral List. Euro Plumbing. Euro Plumbing. 303-668-6844. David Ellis, you got an old earring. You know, you lose one. My wife has lost plenty of earrings over the years. Unfortunately, one of them was a diamond, but we won't get into that. On top of that, you got old coins that are gold coins laying around, a broken watch, an old broken watch somebody gave you after you retired you're sick of. How about a wedding ring from your first, second, third, or fourth wife that you don't want anymore? You get the idea. You got an old ring, whatever it is. David Ellis will buy it right there on the spot, give you way more money than what a pawn store will. 303-322-8779 or davidellisjewelry.com.
Marty, Tommy's probably flying in a chartered
okay.
helicopter over the Hawaiian Islands right as we speak. I swear.
David Ellis does repairs too. I get my wife's wedding.
Cool.
He repaired like some broken clasps.
We used who was
We
the
used
one?
Jared.
Jared, yeah.
Jared's
weird because
Ellis was right in my neighborhood.
Yeah, cool.
When you pull up to Jared's, I mean, we have nothing.
Where is Jared's?
We've just gone there.
Park Meadows.
Yeah,
by Park Meadows Mall. Down the we met by that Italian place we met at.
But they buzz you in. You go to the door.
Well, jewelry stores should.
They should, but it's kind of weird that it's
marijuana stores
I
do.
would too.
You should buzz them in. I mean, you don't know who these people are.
Did you guys see the pizzas locked up on the news? Frozen pizzas like at a Walgreens.
Yes. No.
Big old chains. People were walking in and stealing frozen pizzas.
Yeah, they're stealing from King Super every day.
Can you imagine walking in and having to find an employee to come unlock the frozen pizza? I wouldn't shop there. I mean, they're killing themselves either way. If they don't chain it up, they get stolen. If they do chain it up, people that are paying aren't going to wait.
They're not going to wait.
The thing that surprises me at a Walmart is that they have the condoms under lock and key.
There was a Walmart.
I kind of want those people having condoms.
I can't talk too much about this, but there's a Walmart in Colorado, and one of the main guys, when I say the main guys, I'm talking like, you know, if Sam Walton was alive, basically a couple under him, was walking through and they had shaving cream locked up. Shaving cream. And he was in there to buy, guess what? Shaving cream. And it took a long time for someone to come over and unlock it. No one knew who he was. I mean, this guy's so high up, no one would know who he is, unless if you're a stockholder or along those lines.
Undercover boss.
No, well, he wasn't undercover, though. He was there to buy shaving cream. He basically, he got that problem resolved very quickly.
I always like that on Undercover Boss.
I love that.
Yeah. You know what? I have
What
to
was
blow
your
my
favorite
cover.
episode?
You suck so much at your job, I got to blow my cover.
I like the Hooters one. So the Hooters CEO is doing Undercover Boss, and he is mind blown on how the manager treats the Hooters girls. It's so silly because I would have never thought they treated him any other way. I mean, honest to God, I was shocked that he was shocked that his manager treated it the way they did. I'm like, you completely set up this environment yourself, brother. I mean, how do you think this isn't going on? The customers play grab ass. You're serving alcohol, getting people drunk, and putting people in tops and little tiny shorts. You're setting up what is going wrong.
Mark, line one's been holding the longest, so maybe go to him next.
Now, when I go to Hooters, though,
And then house spots.
I only go for the wings.
Yeah, you go for the
I
quality
don't like.
of the food.
I don't go for the
Want to
oysters.
remind him about Made in the Shade?
You ever go to Twin Peaks?
Okay.
That's worse.
I went there
It
one.
isn't a
Okay,
fan.
Paul, I'll tell you a funny story. You're going to think it's bullshit. I had a bookie back in the day, and we met there one time. And I looked on the outside because it's over on Arapahoe.
Right.
I thought it was because it was looking over at Twin Peaks. Honest to God, I had no idea. I walked in there and I go, "Oh, Twin Peaks."
So I've never been there. Is that like a Hooters?
Well, it's a Hooters worse. I
Like
mean, they're
Twin Peaks.
Hooters on steroids.
on steroids.
Right.
Yeah.
It gives you the impression
Think
of
of the
Twin
song
Peaks.
"Itsy Bitsy Teeny Weeny
Okay.
Yellow Polka Dot Bikini."
I've been
I gotta go
uncomfortable
now.
at how much
Yeah.
of all of it is
You got
visible
me.
there.
I'll tell you
I
one
used
about.
to date a Hooters girl.
Oh my gosh.
I'll tell you guys about one Suzanne, her friend.
House spots, too.
Frank Duran, the real estate man. He saved us so much money. I can't believe it when we bought our house in Franktown, almost $100,000. He found out that the people, they already moved. I think they moved to Georgia, and they had 2 mortgages. They were still paying the mortgage on the house we were looking at out in Franktown, and they had a new mortgage. Frank Duran got down there in the mud, dug in the dirt, figured out how much they owed on both. Then we went to him with a hard cash offer, and we went to him. Listen to this. We went with him with a guaranteed we'll close in this. Bottom line is we saved close to $100,000 thanks to Frank Duran, the real estate man. You can get a free appraisal of your house, or not actually an appraisal, but he'll tell you how much it's worth. 100% for free at frankduranhomes.com, frankduranhomes.com. He sells more homes, literally more homes in a month than most realtors sell in an entire year. Suzanne, you wanted me to go to whom?
Michael's been holding the longest. Line one.
Michael has been holding forever and a day. Michael, what is going on, man? I appreciate you calling in. I appreciate you holding. What's happening?
This is my first time on a radio show, and I had a.
It's just you, me, and a few other people. Go ahead, sir.
Right, mate. Well, I had a situation where I had a fuel pump replaced on my van.
Okay.
And I took it back to them. Actually, it was a little over the year warranty they gave me, a year and 2 weeks. So they replaced the part, but they charged labor. Now, my first query is it proper that when your part goes defective that you have to pay labor again, or does that include the labor?
Couple questions. Hold on. A couple questions here, Michael. You brought it. What was the name of the shop?
Gray's Tire and Auto.
Okay, and when did you have the fuel pump replaced there?
The first time it was done on. Let me give me glasses, please, mate.
Yeah, just.
It was a year and 2 weeks. A year and 2 weeks.
A year and 2 weeks.
Right.
And what was their warranty? How did their warranty read? Was it 1 year?
Well, that's what the girl, the receptionist said.
Well, what's on their receipt? Don't you have a receipt that says what their warranty is, or no?
No, they say my receipt has details of everything they've done and the charges.
What's the place called again?
Gray's Tire and Auto.
I'm curious if on their website, if someone would be so nice in this room to go there and see if their warranty is listed there. Well, a couple things. When you buy something, a warranty isn't automatically implied. So if they didn't talk about a warranty, if they didn't have a warranty, then yeah, they did a great job not charging you for the part and just labor. I'd say 100%. Suzanne?
It says here, in order to guarantee your complete satisfaction, we offer a warranty on both the parts and the labor. Assuming I'm looking at the right Gray's
For how
Tire and
long?
Auto. Is this in Colorado Springs, man? Oh.
What happened?
I don't know what that was about. I didn't even know we were over.
Make sure he hangs. Okay. Well, we had to do that. I just get it. I went too long. Made in the Shade, Garage Kings.
I lost track of the time.
Made in the Shade.
Mitts.
So one of these undercover boss shows.
Yeah.
I look at the guy. It's a guy I went to Hebrew school with when I was like 8 years old.
Wow.
And he was a schlemp back then. He married well. He married into his father-in-law's business and became this big restoration company.
Wow.
He's still he's a.
All right, hold on, guys.
I'll tell you his name, Sheldon Yellen.
Hold on. Brendan and Brenda Killian. These guys own Made in the Shade. If you're looking for blind shade, shutters, drapes, anything like that, window coverings, maybe outside you want to put something around the hot tub or you got a gazebo, any kind of coverings. They got everything you can imagine. They come out, they'll help you with colors, help you with different styles, and they do all the measurements. They do all the installations, generally for quite a bit less than the companies that make you measure and make you install your own. Made in the Shade, from fix and flips to $3 million homes. 720-458-6566, or check them out on referralist.com. Now I want to tell you about Garage Kings. We had Tony on this morning. You want that polyaspartic coating, lifetime warranty on labor and materials. We were just talking about that in that last call. No money down. You don't pay till the job is done and your garage looks beautiful. Fast, free estimates, no pressure, guaranteed lowest price, guaranteed best material. They go from Pueblo to Fort Collins. Garage King, 720-252-0370, or check them out at referralist.com.
It says on their website the warranty covers parts and labor.
But is it 1 year?
Doesn't say.
What's their phone number? Give me their phone number. Real quick.
It is 719-632-2676, assuming we're talking about the same. It was a 719 phone number for Michael, so I assume it's Colorado Springs.
I do. Hey, how you doing?
I just got hung up on.
Love you, bye.
You sure that's their number? I mean, I didn't even say anything.
It's 719.
They picked up and put down.
719-632-2676. It was an accident.
Hey, what is your warranty, like on an alternator or start or something like that? So it's 1 year, parts and labor. Labor's 6 months, parts are 1 year. All right, thanks. Bye.
Okay. And then just so you know, I don't know if you missed it, he was 2 weeks outside of his warranty.
I heard that, yeah.
So, I mean, maybe we offer these people some grace. Now, I have somebody on YouTube, Mark, saying they had the worst experience ever at Grace in Colorado Springs. Now, it was about a decade ago.
Oh, wow.
And but it is what made him start using the referral list. Cool, K. Beeve. A K space BEAV, so I assume it's K Beeve.
Excuse me. Scott, that was uncalled for.
Yeah, there was.
Excuse you.
I apologize.
It's amazing. Half the nation's tap water is contaminated.
You know what the next bomb's going to drop pretty soon?
What?
Is the amount of pharmaceuticals we're drinking.
Oh, I want to talk about that.
gross.
Yeah, I mean, can fentanyl go through the water?
Yuck. Yeah, I've heard about that before.
Hormones.
Nasty. That's freaking nasty. I'm going to stay in the country. That's nasty.
And then what reason why the PFAs could be in well water is because it's all over the rainwater.
What's that? Oh, okay.
Now I'm all grossed out.
Like you.
Huh?
This is amazing with what's happening with the contamination.
Are you all set?
I got a guy that's on. I'm trying to
literally talking to the mic though all the time.
I got a guy that's on the Denver Water Board. They got a new reservoir, and I talked to him. I'm trying to do like a blog interview. He said every major store-bought pharmaceutical shows up in the water supply.
That is nasty, Paul.
Fentanyl.
I am so grossed out
How come
right
I never
now.
get a buzz?
Well, I know, right?
Oh, wait, we've got.
I gotta get something.
We're on the lower Dawson Aquifer.
You know,
no fentanyl there.
Ooh, that we know of.
It is kind of crazy because all that stuff goes right into our sewage. I'm going to ask you about that, actually, Paul, in a minute. All right, 303-713-8255. I'll let you know when a line is open. I want to tell you about OneClearChoiceDoors.com. They got 4 showrooms, Denver metro area. I believe they have one up in Colorado Springs. If you're looking for a new garage door opener, they've got them for as low as $400 installed. I've gotten 2 from them. And if you're looking for new doors or 24/7 emergency service, your door won't open, they do it all. OneClearChoiceDoors.com for the nearest location. The phone number, OneClearChoiceDoors.com. Now, I want to go back to Michael. He has an issue with an auto repair shop. It's called Gray's, what was it? Gray's Auto, what is it? Gray's Auto in Colorado Springs, Mike. Gray's Tire and Auto. So I called them up during the break, Michael. So here's the deal. Their warranty is 1 year parts and 6 months labor. Considering you were 2 weeks out of the 1 year, I think they did it. I know you're not happy with it, but they, in fact, not only didn't they do anything wrong, in my opinion, they did everything right. You were out of warranty. They didn't charge you for the part, and you were and you were 6-7 months out of warranty on the labor. So that's the deal. I don't understand their. I don't understand why their warranty is what it is, nor do I care. But, Michael, that's the deal. I'm glad you called in and we could help get to the bottom of it. I like Sheridan Auto Tech. They have a 3-year, 36,000-mile nationwide guarantee. Joe, Eric, Tim, hold tight. A lot coming up.
Okay.
So we were
Wanna
at.
go back on?
Hold on here. I got to clear some of this shit up. So we were at a
Hang on for me.
a dinner party, and there was probably, I don't know,
Oh, God, you're going to tell this story.
4 or 5 couples, okay? No kids. It was a big, and picture a big dining room table.
Oh,
and we're all
dear.
having fun. We're all drinking. So the wife says, one of the couples, the wife says, what was her name?
Becky and Will.
Becky. Becky says, I got to tell you about the funniest story about my husband, and he's there too. She goes, he accidentally went in to one of these bunny ranches in Las Vegas, or not in Las
For
Vegas,
a sandwich.
but in Nevada.
Accidentally.
He accidentally went in there, and it was all just a big mistake. I saw it on the credit card bill, and he told me about it. It was the funniest thing ever.
He walked in for a sandwich. He didn't know what it was, Mark.
He walked in for a sandwich.
Oh my God! I accidentally,
Oh my
I
God.
accidentally made love to a hooker. It was by accident.
Oh
So,
my God.
me being who I am,
Yes. Oh, God.
there's 8 of
I'm
us
like
around the
this the
table.
whole time.
I looked at him. He's
calling BS.
He's like, oh shit.
Right.
I might have fooled her, but there is no way this is going down. He's probably thinking of the other women at the table going, yeah, right.
Right.
But no one's speaking out. So finally I look at him. I go, there is no way, Jack. You accidentally walk into a bunny ranch and for a sandwich. It has never happened, will never happen.
Right.
It's a bunch of shit,
Right.
and I don't know what else to tell you. Suzanne is like elbowing me.
I'm like, oh my gosh.
The guy can't believe, like,
But you know
I'm
what's
throwing
interesting,
him
Mark?
under the bus.
Within a year, they were divorced.
Yep, they divorced about a year later.
And they had been married for like 15
He
years.
was the
I don't think it was
biggest dick.
because of that. He was just a dick
Can
of
you
a
imagine a
a
woman,
dick
though?
of a husband.
And I love her. I like this woman a lot. I really do.
Yeah, she's a doll.
Becky, if she's listening, she used to listen all the time. Oh, they don't live here anymore. But I really do like her. But my God, the fact that she sees that on a credit card bill, it's a big accident. He accidentally wandered. It's not like downtown Las Vegas.
Thank God
These
my wife
bunny
doesn't look
ranches
at
are in the
the
middle of
good
fucking
sandwich,
nowhere.
Scott.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
I assume that Will has not like
I
invited
put in
you.
Pussycat Club, and I ended up. I thought it was a sandwich place.
Suzanne, I assume Will does not invite you guys out anywhere, does it?
Okay.
Since that, you're not one of Will's favorites.
I couldn't believe what
It's
I was
funny
hearing.
because the way we met them was we were moms in the same kindergarten class and became good friends. So it was she and I that were friends, but she and I are still friends.
Talk about naive.
Well, thank goodness Nomi doesn't look at my credit card bill.
Ah,
jeez.
And she's better not be watching the show.
Oh, gosh.
I'm going out for a donut hole.
What is this bill at the Hyatt? It's an accident.
That guy won an election, then he died.
Who?
The guy that owned the Bunny Ranch. He ran for.
Oh, I remember that.
Yeah, and then he died. He won, and then he died of a heart attack.
He was running for like mayor or something.
Yeah, he won.
Yeah. There was like 8 people there, and they each owned, what are they even called? Bunny ranches. Hey, let me ask you,
what are they
Dragon.
called?
When you go to the Bunny Ranch, what do you tell your wife? He's not listening yet.
I'm doing some investigation.
My wife or
work
his
for our
wife?
team.
That's all I heard.
No, your wife.
The lesbian prostitute bank robber?
No. No, not that wife. That's his first wife.
Oh my gosh.
He is not bullshitting. His first wife is a.
Oh, yeah.
Go ahead.
Lesbian?
Bunny?
Prostitute? She's a hooker. Bank robber.
Oh, my God. We're up on YouTube,
His
right?
former wife was a hooker?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Was
We've
that the
been.
attraction?
My uncle, he got married to his first wife, and this is when I was way younger. She turned out to be a lesbian, and he wanted to get a divorce. I'm looking at him like, why?
Oh, man. So I'm not going to say who, but a relative of Suzanne, the kid lived with this guy forever. They had a baby together. They've got a lot of problems. I mean, drug issues, everything. But they get married finally. After years and years, they get married. A few months later.
Not even.
A few months later, she's working with this gal and says, hey, you want to come home with us? So it was a threesome kind of thing for how long?
Maybe a month.
So for a month, it's a threesome. Then they kick hubby out of the picture, and it's been that way ever since.
And what's funny is the lesbian lover looks just like the husband.
Oh, my God.
It does. I swear to God, she looks just like
They look
he.
just alike.
Oh.
It's crazy.
And they're both, one's a reformed addict and one's not.
If you look this up, this is a true story. A guy in Italy.
Talk into the mic.
A guy in Italy. His son's getting married the next day, and he hires an escort. The escort shows up. It's his son's fiance.
Oh, my God.
So the father, being a good father, what you would think, tells his son. I didn't know if he did it before or after he hired her, but what happened? The son got mad at the father.
Got mad at the father,
and they don't.
Maybe
talk.
he didn't care. Maybe it was
maybe
good
he
money.
knew.
He must have known if he didn't get mad.
But so that's what happened. Now I would have done the same thing and told my son that, but they don't talk anymore. And I think the son sued his father for whatever, breaking up the marriage or whatever it was. Look it up.
When I was like 13 or 14, we just moved to South Jersey, of course, with my parents. Me and my buddy Todd Welch. It was during summer. My parents weren't home. We had nothing to do. It's the middle of the day. So we're looking through the newspaper. Of course, no internet back then. And we see the hooker ads. So we're like, oh, let's do this. We'll call a hooker. We'll get on our bicycles and go up the cul-de-sac, and we'll call a hooker, and then we'll just watch her show up. That was going to be our entertainment. We had no money. I mean, this was just our idea of fun.
How old were you?
13. So we call up, and we do it, and boom, 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 and we get on our bikes. They're like, it's going to be like an hour. We're just watching for her to show up. So we get up, and we're in the cul-de-sac. Sure enough, this gal shows up. Meantime, my dad comes home. He wasn't supposed to be home till 5 o'clock or whatever. So he comes home. So I'm shitting bricks at this point. She knocks on the door and he answers.
Oh my God!
This was your house?
This is my parents' house.
Oh my
So
God.
she knocks on the door, and my parents come to the door. My dad comes to the door, and instead of using my last name Major, I said my last name was Minor. So I said I was like Dave Minor or whatever, and she goes, "Oh, are you Mr. Minor?" Of course, I can't hear this. We're up in the cul-de-sac. So a few minutes goes by. I don't know what happens, but she gets back in the car and leaves. And I'm like, oh, shit. Oh, shit. So I don't go home for a while because I have a feeling I'm in trouble. By the time I do go home, my dad's out front talking to our neighbor.
Like, who did this?
And our neighbor had lived in South Jersey forever. They see me ride up, and my neighbor was an intimidating son of a bitch. My dad didn't scare me, but my neighbor did. And he said, I don't know what you're thinking. I don't know what you're thinking, but this is South Jersey. Her pimp will come out and kick the shit out of you and set your house on fire if you think that's funny. He scared the hell out of me.
I bet that.
That dude went to school with Chamberlain.
630 K-How.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Welcome to the show, the only show of its kind. We're here to solve problems, answer questions, take complaints. We're here to make your life just a little bit better. You've been ripped off or taken advantage of. I want to hear from you. I'll let you know when a line's open, 303-713-8255. Joe, we're going to get right to the phones, right to business. Joe, you had your vehicle vandalized at a shop or a dealership. Tell me what happened. What's going on, sir?
Yeah, so I actually took my car into the dealership where I purchased it. I had it towed there because it stopped working. It ended up being like a head gasket, so I knew it was going to be there for a while, which is fine. I have it under warranty. They, aren't charging me anything but the deductible for that. But while it was at the dealership, somebody came in and stole a bunch of catalytic converters, and they said that mine was one of them and that it wasn't covered by their insurance and that I had to go through my own insurance, which I don't want to do because it's going to raise my rate. And told me that I was liable for that and that they quoted me $1,800 as of now.
Wow. What dealer is it?
It's called Mile High Car Company down in Colorado Springs.
All right. I'm gonna ask a few questions, but I'm gonna start with more of the answers. I hate this. I owned shops for a long time. In my Montbello shop, I had the strangest thing happen. We were doing a regular oil change on a van. I think it was for Pitney Bowes. And it was a nice van, newer van. This crazy wacko, homeless guy, I believe he was homeless, really don't know. He ran in, jumped in the vehicle. Thank God we didn't drain the oil out yet. We just pulled it in. So keys in the vehicle, hasn't been lifted up. Jumped in, stole the vehicle. All happened in a matter of minutes. It's all on video. I had video cameras all over the shop outside. You can see him walk in. He's the employees don't really see him. In and out. I want to ask you something, Michael. Was that my fault? Or I'm sorry, Joe. Do you think that was my fault that happened? Do you think I was liable? Do you think I was grossly negligent in that case that I just told you? What are your thoughts?
No.
Okay.
But I feel like insurance on your part probably would have covered that.
And you know
I'm not
what?
sure.
I felt so bad. I felt so bad that happened after seeing the video. We had the police out, police reports, everything. It was insane. I turned it over to what's called Garage Keepers, and I'm sure that's what these guys have. There's no doubt about it. Garage Keepers covers us for liability of virtually anything. If someone's injured there, meaning not an employee, but anybody other than an employee, and not only does it cover us for that, but it covers it for damage on a vehicle. If I forget to put oil back into a $60,000 vehicle with a $20,000 engine, I pay my deductible and they pay the rest. It's simple. It's like any other insurance. I turned it into that insurance and I found out very quickly they wouldn't pay it. The reason they wouldn't pay it is it's not my issue. I did nothing. I did nothing wrong. So therefore, they wouldn't pay out on my behalf. So that particular company, and they were a national account with me, it's a company, not a person. So it's a little easier. You're dealing with a company, not an individual who now does not have a vehicle. It's a van. But interestingly enough, their insurance covered it. And that would be the same way, except for one thing, Joe, and I'm going to ask you this. Were they grossly negligent? And here's what I mean by that. I'm going to go very far out on a limb. If they left it outside with the windows rolled down away from everything else and had a sign on it that said, "Steal my cat," well, then of course they would be liable for it. So that was just going to a very far place. But let's bring it back into reality. Where was your vehicle? Was it inside? Was it out? Were the keys there? Was it in their normal lot? Did other cars get hit? What was the circumstance?
Yeah, it was in their normal lot. I don't know if the keys were in it. I doubt it. But it was outside with all the other cars, and they said that there was multiple vehicles that got hit. I haven't looked at the police report yet, but
now
they said that, yeah, there was a few of them.
I'm going to give you a little more hope because I haven't given you any so far. I'm going to give you a little hope here. If you could prove, and I don't know if this is the case or not, you'd have to get down and do some research. If they have had multiple vehicles vandalized or stolen from in that same lot over a long period of time, and they haven't done anything about it, nor did they warn you, then they could be liable. But that's a very hard argument to make. If it has happened 3 or 4 times in the past over, say, a year's period, 2 years, they know it's an issue. And if they haven't done anything like a better fence or build a fence or whatever it happens to be, security cameras, anything, if they knew it was an issue and neglected to do anything, then you could argue they are liable. Here's what I do, though. All honesty, you turn it over to your own insurance. If their insurance, I doubt their insurance would pay, even if they turned it over to it. I doubt they actually ran it through, but they're not going to pay. But what you could do is put it through your own insurance. If your own insurance sees any issues, they're going to go after the other insurance company. Okay. That's it, though, Joe. I mean, really, man, it sucks. But do you understand kind of what I'm saying?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, it's a bad situation, and I've been there personally. That's just it. If they were grossly negligent, then yes, they would be liable, but they're simply not in the scenario or the picture you painted, unless if they knew that it could happen because it's happened multiple times in the past. I'll give one more scenario for people listening. If you own a business and a sidewalk, and that sidewalk has sunken at one point and it's created a trip hazard, and you have had multiple people trip and hurt themselves on that sidewalk, and you don't repair it. Eventually, if someone fell and really hurt themselves and ended up in the hospital, the right personal injury attorney would figure out how to go after the owner of that sidewalk, prove that it's been a long-term problem, I knew it was a problem, and be able to collect some damages, absolutely no doubt. You can free that line up, Kelly, 303-713-8255. I want to talk to Paul the Waterman, then I'm going to go to this CenturyLink issue, and then Tim has got an update on Jiffy Lube. If you noticed and have been listening, and this is no joke, if you listen to Monday's or Tuesday's show, I lost it. I lost it. And when I lose it on air, it's not for show, folks. This Jiffy Lube, I just couldn't believe. I took it very personally what they told Kelly, or maybe it was Suzanne, Alexa's comment. I don't want to go into it now, but I want to go to this update. I've been having what I call a happy day. So I'm hoping I don't have to make that a high blood pressure day. Eric, what's going on with CenturyLink?
Hey, Tom. Hey, Mark.
Hey, man.
Here's the deal. Monday, about 1 o'clock, our internet went down. Now, I have DishNet, which is your old or Tom's old Liberty Bell Media.
Sure is.
Internet.
Yep.
Through Dish, and it went down. At first, I thought I didn't get home until about 6:30 at night. That's when I found it. And my modem's getting old. I thought it was my modem, so I reset it. Didn't work. Tried calling Dish, and unfortunately, they were closed today by the time I got around to calling them. Called them Tuesday morning. They reached out to CenturyLink, came back and said, yeah, they're aware of the problem. There's an outage in the area. It'll be repaired by 6 p.m. Tuesday.
What day is this?
I said, okay. That was Tuesday morning.
This Tuesday.
This Tuesday.
Got it.
So the guy with Dish told me, he goes, they have your phone number. You'll receive an automated phone call with the once it's fixed.
Got it.
Okay, great. 5 minutes to 6 Tuesday evening, I receive a phone call saying, due to your outage update, has been updated, and the estimated time of repair is 6 p.m. on 7/19, which was yesterday.
What area are you in?
Thornton.
You're in Thornton. Okay. Are you like in a neighborhood though? I mean,
Yes.
just real quick, I want to know this. I want to help you with this, but you're not in an area where your only game in town is CenturyLink. Is that a yay or nay?
No, I can do Xfinity also.
Okay, hold on. Let me
I
put you on hold.
fiber.
Eric, hold on though. We've got an angel over there, and I'll explain to people that are new to the show what an angel is, but I'm sure we can help you out, period. But I want to kind of dig into what you're saying, too. And then Tim, that update with Jiffy Lube, I promise I'll get to. Michael has more to say about Gray's Auto. Let me take this break. Kelly, do you know what it is, what the more to say is? Oh, she's on the line. Hold tight.
Major phone carriers make you sign contracts with rigid data plans to trap you into a kind of forced phonogamy. Sounds pretty insecure if you ask me. At Consumer Cellular, we believe in a more consensual and healthy form of phonogamy, free of contracts and more flexible to your data needs. This way, you stick around not because we force you to with contracts and fees, but because you love our phone plans. Like ardently love our phone plans. Phonogamously. Consumer Cellular. When freedom calls, we're here to answer. Call us at 1-888-FREEDOM.
How about a paycheck for life? I'm talking about different annuity products at mymoneymyway.com or Become the Banker actually sell. These are great products. I mean, annuities are not your parents' annuity, if you will. There's products out there. If you put $50,000 in now, 10 years from now, you could get $2,000, $3,000, $4,000 a month until the day you die. If you want that guaranteed income, I want you to call the guys at Become the Banker. Go to mymoneymyway.com, mymoneymyway.com. They're fiduciaries, so they're always going to do what's right for the individual. mymoneymyway.com. Now, O'Brien Legal, anything that has to do with reviewing documents on real estate, residential or commercial, this is your guy. Maybe you're a landlord, haven't updated that lease. Maybe you're looking at leasing commercial property and have no idea what you're looking at when it comes to CAM, for example. Call up Bradley O'Brien, 720-370-7388, olslaw.com. How about an unmarried couple buying a new house? How about just reviewing the documents when you're closing on a house or selling a house? A lot of times, these are your biggest assets you're dealing with or a long-term commitment. You want an attorney to look at them, and Bradley's the guy. 720-370-7388.
I'm here with Sean O'Keefe and Dan Blair, Senior Wealth Advisors at Summit Wealth Strategies and hosts.
Okay.
Let's see.
That's terrible. Okay, we're gonna get to you as soon as
Oh no,
possible.
CenturyLink stays in business because
so hang
the
on
phone
for
service
me
is
and
gone, right? No one.
Okay,
I don't
yeah,
know.
no
I don't
problem.
use it.
They don't own it anymore. I forget who
There might be a
does.
little bit of a wait time, so just be patient.
Lumen
with me,
bought 'em
okay?
out.
Okay.
I think they still use the brand, but
What is? I need Dan McKenzie's. For
What
the
do you
life
need?
of me, I can't find the script on it.
coplans.co is the website.
Just put it up.
Okay, I'm putting CO plans. Do you need the phone number too, or just
God,
the?
I have no idea his
So,
rhyme.
Paul,
or
what is
reason
a
on some of this
typical
shit.
home?
What is
under
the what is
sink
the firm called?
System cost.
Law Office of Dan McKenzie, and I was going to
So
tell
it's
you
not what
that
I
the other
paid
day when I
1,000.
was trying to reach.
And
It's
that's
not under that either.
delivered-
I have no
referral
idea.
list?
It's like it's like how Tom. God
You
damn it!
offer,
Why can't I just type in
yearly
Dan
maintenance
McKenzie and it
coming
fucking
back
comes
in-
up?
or whenever they
It's
want the
law.
filters.
If you put
I
it,
put in law office, I get
So
Joe
what do you
Lazaro.
charge
McKenzie Law
for
Firm.
coming
Then
back
it's
and replacing
McKenzie Law
filters?
Firm. Start typing
It's about what these
MCK.
They have the same model.
833 CO plans.
And they do testing. It's under
COplans.com.
test the water every year.
Free CO plans.
Maybe I should do that.
I got everything up now.
Okay, fine.
God, I hate when I go to look for it and it's like I gotta.
I meant to tell you that the
fucking
other
start
day.
Guessing shit.
3M? Is it possible?
3M.
Are you going to do his in-house?
Yeah.
Okay.
Outfit out of Wisconsin.
Oh.
You're plowing through them pretty quick there.
It may not be 3M. I don't know who it is now. I just remember Amazon. It was like $50.
Yeah, I deal with.
It's like the old automotive days. It's so busy in here.
Hey, Suzanne.
Yo.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I've been on the phone. Am I supposed to get Mackenzie?
I wouldn't either. We'll give you a
No,
virus.
sometimes
You'll
Mark
get a
needs me to
virus.
put a phone number on the screen for him for a
Contaminated
spot,
filter
so I
and
just do that real quick.
Okay. All good.
Thank you. Have I qualified for a top comment award? No, Hellcat. Try again, mister.
Boy, some of those YouTubers.
They're hilarious.
Yeah,
Some of them are great.
Some of them are great, or some of them can be kind of mean. You know,
Yeah, they're
They're mean to everybody.
Kind of mean is an understatement.
I'm telling you, I read
Especially
some of
with
this stuff.
Doc.
It's like, wow, ugh.
They can be very mean.
Yeah, very mean. It's true.
They're nice to me.
I had some.
That's 'cause
Yeah,
you're
when you
sweet.
have the power of timeout, they tend to be a little nicer.
Yeah. The
Hey,
last
Mark?
time when I was at Tom's house, remember he asked you, how can you mute somebody?
Yeah.
There was somebody on there that was roughing him up.
Yeah.
Oh, they're
They're
mean as
rough
shit.
on Tommy.
I finally got him set up to where he can do what we do too, just boot people.
Hey,
I
Mark.
had some asshole yesterday like, oh, you didn't. I don't remember. I put him in timeout. I didn't boot
He's
him,
a
but
jerk.
it's like he's like, oh, Bill's right. Bill, get the fuck out of here. Bill's never been right in his entire life.
Bill.
Who's Bill?
This guy came on and said, listen to this. Any cognitive disorder, I forget the
Oh,
quote.
I remember that.
Yeah, anything.
It can be cured.
Yeah,
Warm
MS,
regards, Hellcat
Parkinson's, MS, anything. Not only is preventable, but can be cured.
His voice sounds like the guy who's always suing people.
He did finally come on and apologize.
Yeah.
though.
Who's that guy that's in New Jersey or something that's always suing?
Drew.
Drew. The voice sounds the
Tom,
same.
this is Drew.
Yeah, Drew and him. It's the voice, I thought it was the same person.
You know, it's funny. I thought that too. But finally, Bill did call and apologize, so I was very happy. You can hear his on-air apology on Troubleshooter.
I'm big on apologies.
Network,
If someone
YouTube.
apologizes, you know, I stand up.
I think I might still have
As long
it
as they don't
too.
repeat the same thing.
Well, isn't that the truth?
You know, an apology and they repeat it is not an apology.
No. But you know, in today's world, especially how you have to deal with somebody else's nonsense. They like to
10
spread
seconds,
it all
guys.
over like a virus.
TrajanWealth.com.
Dan McKenzie, he was in with us a couple days ago. He's an attorney that specializes in wills, trusts, power of attorney, medical directives, beneficiary deeds, payable on death, bank accounts. You pretty much got the idea. He's an end-of-life attorney for estate planning, asset protection, lawsuit prevention. Any questions you have, maybe you don't have a will, maybe it hasn't been updated for a long time, maybe your kids were younger when you created your will, maybe there's a little more complication to your life now and you're thinking more of a trust. This guy can do it all. He can update it. He can create it from scratch. He gives you pricing right up front, which I love about Dan. You sit down, you talk to him. He's going to say, okay, here's what I suggest. Here's how much it's going to cost to get done. 833-CO-PLANS. It's one of these things, quit putting it off. 720-821-7604 or coplans.co. coplans.co. Now, 303-713-8255. I'm going to jump back to
Eric with the CenturyLink.
Eric with CenturyLink. Thank you, Suzanne. So, Eric, it's been out. They said it was going to be Tuesday. Then they said it's going to be Wednesday. Is CenturyLink Internet back up at your house yet?
It is not. As of 7:10 last night, the recording said the estimated time of restoration is currently unknown.
Unknown.
We cannot provide, right. And when I called DishNet back and talked to them, they reached out to CenturyLink, and the representative for CenturyLink told her the same thing. We do not know when the internet will be restored.
Okay, check this out. You want to know something cool? We have got boots on the ground in that company, meaning the people, a lot of our angels are people that do exactly what you need done. They literally fix the internet when it's broke. Suzanne, I can already tell you're typing one of them.
I'm telling Kelly to get me a number I can text him at because should be able to help him.
Yeah,
Should.
We've had great luck. Now, I don't know what's wrong with it. I have no idea, but I bet you we can get you a real time from someone that actually fixes this stuff. I would personally,
nice.
I don't understand why you're with Dish Network, though.
Well, so I mean, back when Tom had Liberty Bell, we signed up.
Yeah, but this
with
isn't
it, and
this
I
isn't
just never
1998.
I know. I just have never gotten around to changing. I've
First
been
of all,
content with it. I
DirecTV.
get one bill per month. I don't have to deal with it.
I got it. Listen, man, deal with it because DirecTV sucks, in my opinion. Dish Network sucks. It's old technology. It's very expensive. Centrally Link Internet, I have to have. And by the way, they sold. I have no other option. Well, that's not true. I have Star.
Here's my deal. I only pay $10 a month for it. I'm still on a DSL line. I only paid $10 a month. We're going to switch actually to Xfinity.
Wow,
at the
wow,
end of
wow.
August.
Eric.
Yeah.
You just said something. You're on a did you say DSL?
Yeah, we're still on DSL.
That's okay. No. DSL, that's not bad. For some reason, I was thinking something else. I was thinking of a 256K line, and I can't remember what they were called.
No.
But it is what it is, man. We're going to find out. Leave your information with Kelly. I promise you, as soon as we hear back from the tech that we know, he's going to figure out when you're truly going to be back up, then you can make some decisions. But for $10 a month, you know what? Maybe I need to shut up. That's dirt cheap. $10 a month is really cheap, man. We pay $50 a month to them. When I light up our Dragon. When I light up our Starlink, it costs me $130 a month, but the only time I use Starlink's when we're in the RV. Now, interesting enough, check this out. This might work for you, Eric. You want something quick. I have the device right now. It doesn't work at our house, but I might start using it instead of Starlink on the road. When we were on the road with T-Mobile, I have a little T-Mobile hotspot. I was getting 200 megabytes down, 100 up. When I was doing the show remotely, it was flawless once I was on their network. But at my house, it doesn't work. But it's $50 all you can eat, high-speed internet. I mean, it's pretty cool if you have a 5G signal.
And you get a 2-week free trial or something as well, right, Mark, to make sure it's working in your home and whatnot?
3 weeks or, whatever it is.
Yeah, Verizon gives me that offer also. I just,
Well, here's the cool part about it. Let me tell you why we might keep it, even though it's very slow at our house. I'll keep the DSL that we have. And by the way, we have a combined DSL. So we have 2 phone lines. We get about 80 megabytes down and 20 up. And we know people there, so they provision that for me. But anyhow, check this out. When we go on the road now, instead of spending all that money with Starlink, you can bring that box from T-Mobile anywhere in the country. And long as there's 5G, you're good. So it's just a thought. Kelly, make sure we get Eric's information, and Suzanne will either email him or text him or whatever soon as we know what's going on. Okay, real quick, Michael, then I'm going to this update on Jiffy Lube. What else do you have to say about Gray's Auto in Colorado Springs, Michael? They did some work. I think it was a starter or an alternator, and a year and 2 weeks later, they charged you labor to warranty it out. I called up during the break. Their warranty is 1 year parts, 6 months labor. So they actually took care of you on that issue. What else?
Right, Tom. It was a fuel pump, by the way, and
that's right. My bad.
The second thing was that I had a coolant leak, so I asked them to check it, actually.
Yeah.
So they came back with a phone call and said, okay, right, we recommend that you have a radiator. You need a new radiator.
Okay.
And, also...
was this on the same visit with the fuel pump?
Yes, it was.
Okay,
actually.
so they called you back and said you need a radiator.
And a tune-up.
And a tune-up, okay.
Okay, right. All right, so I said, right, go ahead. So then get in the car, actually, when I first got it, and I paid for it, starting it up, it was a little rough, so I thought maybe it needs a little blowout on the road.
It could be anything. They didn't hook a coil back up right. I mean, it's a 2000 Caravan that just got a tune-up. I mean, it should run good when they hand it back to you, but keep going. What happened?
Right, mate. So I'm going down the road. I come to a light. I stop. I start to bloody go through. Next thing you know, I'm backfiring on the car. I'm like, whoa, this is not a bloody tune-up, actually. So I make a U-turn. I go back to the garage, and the guy says, all right, we need to spray a couple of the wires that come off. Okay, that's fine. All good. So then I bloody, a couple of days later, I'm driving around, and then all of a sudden I stop and I notice a leak come around. I pop the hood, and all of a sudden I see a bloody...
Did you have the radiator done? I know they told you needed one. Did you have the radiator, the tune-up, and then, of course, the fuel pump?
Yes, sir. All
Okay, so
done
where
there.
was it leaking?
You know what? They didn't say, actually, and nobody ever showed me...
Mark, this is a 23-year-old vehicle, just so you know.
I get it. It's a 2000 Dodge Caravan. So you brought it back, and they fixed the leak, though, right?
Well, they replaced the radiator, okay, and...
Michael, the question, really, it's a straightforward question. So it was leaking, and it shouldn't have been. They just fixed it. You told them, to look at it. They told you what to buy. You bought it. It shouldn't be leaking. I agree 100%. But when you brought it back, did they fix it?
No. Hold on, mate. What it was, they at the top of the radiator cap, there's a little stem metal valve that a tube goes over.
Sure.
They had placed a plastic zip tie on that and didn't even secure it tight enough to prevent that bloody leak from happening there.
I got it.
I went down to AutoZone. I bought the bloody clamps. I did it myself.
Okay. Okay, I get it, Michael. So I agree with you on this hand for sure, man. I wouldn't bring my car there. If I lived in Colorado Springs, I'd bring it to Honest Accurate. I wouldn't bring it to a place that uses zip ties on a radiator cap or whatever you were trying to explain. So I'm not saying these guys are good guys. I'm not saying it's a good shop. I'm not saying it's a bad shop. But based upon what you're telling me, I wouldn't use them. But I will say this again about Gray's Automotive or Gray's Tire and Auto.
Okay.
They did not have to warranty that fuel pump part because it was out of their warranty. I think it was gracious of them to do that. So what else would you like to say?
Right. Okay. Also, now this led when I put the clamp on the radiator. Okay. It led when I was driving through Garden of the Gods Park. That steam.
Oh, wait. I see what he's saying. Hold on. It's not the radiator cap. You're saying where the radiator hose goes in, they actually used a zip tie instead of a clamp?
Right.
Well, that's asinine. That is asinine, no matter how you look at it. But okay, once again, so they didn't have a good mechanic that day or whatever, but keep going.
Tom, hold on. They all claim about the ASE certification.
Well, that doesn't mean anything. It means they passed a test, bro. It's not a big deal. In theory, most people could probably pass an ASE. In other words, there's some of them like air conditioning and other things, but in general, if you study, you can pass it. If you have no arms, you can probably pass it. So go ahead.
Okay, man. Okay, so now going through the guides, I get a leak of steam under the hood.
All right, I'm sorry, Michael, listen, I love you, brother. I hope if you have a problem in the future or a question, you call back, but I get it. They're not good people. Kelly, when we go to break, which I'm going to do, ask him, does he need help with another issue he still has with Gray's Tire and Auto? Because if not, we all get it. Don't use them. Hold tight.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Michael Brown in the morning and Dan Kaplis in the afternoon. 630 KHOW, Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
Watch out for your normal slowdowns throughout the Denver metro as we hit that noon hour. I-25 northbound into downtown. We're seeing speeds in the 40s and 50s from the Downing Street overpass to Colfax. East of downtown, I-70 westbound. Watch out for some stop and go between Colorado Boulevard and York Street. North of there, your normal congestion on I-270 westbound approaching Vasquez. Slow traffic for about a mile back. Otherwise, a pretty easy drive throughout the Denver metro. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, partly cloudy skies out there. We're expecting more scattered thunderstorms by the day's end. High of 79 this afternoon, overnight low of 59. Tomorrow, high 83. The current temperature in Denver is 77 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com, and I sell custom blinds designed for do-it-yourselfers. Unlike stock blinds offered at big box retailers, Blindster blinds are custom made for your windows and shipping is free. Don't hire an expensive pro. Do it yourself and save big at Blindster.com.
Weigh it and pay it. That's what they do at David Ellis. You know this. You got one earring because you lost the other, a broken watch, coins. How about this? Any precious metal, a tangled necklace, anything, an old wedding ring from your fourth wife, whatever it happens to be, He will weigh it and pay it on the spot. They'll give you more than a pawn store. They're great people. David Ellis Jewelers. They also do repairs. They do wedding stuff. You name it. They're good guys. DavidEllisJewelry.com. They'll weigh it and pay it on the spot. 3rd and Clayton. DavidEllisJewelry.com. And Power Reverse Mortgage. Mark Massey, he was in studio with us this week. Here's what I love about him. He doesn't just sell reverse mortgages because honestly, they're not for everybody. Now, if you're over 65 and a half and want to live in your house forever, never have to worry about a payment again and tap into the equity, it might be the perfect product for you. But if it's not for you, then he has other products you can talk about. I want you to give Mark a call. He's a great guy. He's honest, the good, bad, and ugly about reverse mortgages. He'll talk to you over the phone forever. You'll deal with Mark directly. 720-500-7719, 720-500-7719, or check him out at empowerreverse.com.
Do roller coaster stock
I'm doing that
markets
Mike
make
Doyle
you
thing.
nervous?
I got that
With
from
such
Doyle.
frequent ups and downs, don't let market volatility derail your retirement. Hi, I'm Linda Gardner, host of Your Money, Your Retirement, Saturday on 630 KHOW. If you're concerned about the markets, call today to schedule a complimentary review of your portfolio. Call 720-488-8604. That's 720-488-8604. Or online, yourmoneyyourretirement.com.
Don't let depression, anxiety, trauma, or addiction take your future from you.
Is over. It's way louder, and I'm chasing the knob.
By the way, we found a place in Boulder. We're moving.
There, you got it, Hellcat. I put it out there. I have
Closing
no
August
idea.
10th. Finally, after 2 years.
We like, I like Boulder, but I can't stand Boulder. It's a love-hate relationship.
right. Yeah.
They got a ton of
Right.
breweries.
We love Boulder, but we hate
and
Boulder.
most of the people we talk to there at breweries, or not just breweries, but a beer fest, most people there do not seem like your wacko tree hugger liberals. Most
They're
of
not
the people,
that guy.
They're not that guy, but I have run into that guy there. Of
course.
But it's crazy. They're not, it's almost like conservatives are moving there. Okay, maybe I won't go that far, but.
I go there for the entertainment. I mean,
Are you liberal or conservative?
I'm like you.
Okay. Smart, handsome. Yes. Okay, you are like me.
We're in the same
Lou.
category.
You're like Lou.
We're red.
What is that old one?
Don't be a Lou.
If it's glue, no wait, something glue stuck on you. What is that damn thing?
It sounds like a.
Come on, Dragon. You
I know
this
you are, but what
nursery
am I?
rhyme shit. Remember that first time? So when Tom was going,
I'm rubber, you're glue. Whatever you say bounces off.
Sticks on
to
you.
and sticks on you. Yeah. So
Right.
I hadn't done the show for a while. Tom and I didn't talk for about 10 years because of his second fucking wife. And I won't get into that.
Yeah, we talked about that.
But anyhow,
my
so
gosh.
we didn't talk forever, and he started going through the divorce, and she was making lies up, all this stuff. I mean, whatever. He was in the news. It was absolutely horrible.
It was awful.
So he calls me up and goes, Mark, please, man, can you come back in and start doing the show? I got so much shit on my mind, and you're the only one that ever was able to step in and just do it the way it's supposed to be done. So I just sold my last Goodyear, and I'm like, you know what? Fuck it. I got nothing to do. Let's bury the hatchet. You know, you're getting
Yeah,
rid of that old
that's
broad, so I'm good
wild.
with it. So, very
Broad.
first day, very first time on the air doing his show for a long period of time. This guy calls up that's pissed at me that has something to do with my Goodyear. Like he was a customer way back in the day, and he didn't like me or whatever. It doesn't matter. And I literally found myself saying on air about 4 times, I know you are, but what am I?
I know you are, but what am I?
He's like, well, you're a jerk. I know you are, but what am I? For probably about 4 or 5 minutes, and finally I realized, holy shit, it's like I'm on the school ground, the playground again.
You're not the boss of me.
You're not the boss of me.
You're not the boss of me.
Our daughter used to say, I'll cut my head off. If you make me go to school, I'll
She's
cut
an
my head
angel
off.
now. Oh my gosh.
Gosh,
She's such an angel.
You said a saying not too long ago, and now I got OPP, that rap song playing in my head over and over again.
OPP.
Yeah, Naughty by Nature. I forget what it was. He said something, and now it's like, So I have a question. How come when you're remote, like
Now
at
you are,
Tom's
but what am
house,
I?
everything. You don't have the two different buttons, and here you
10
got to do
seconds.
like the program and the offline.
Just
Is that-
Denver's talk station. Online at khout.com.
All right, 303-713-8255. Don't forget Troubleshooter on YouTube. YouTube. You can watch us during the breaks. My goodness, we were just talking about everything during that break. You can hear stories about my troubled days growing up, I guess you could say. Time I called a prostitute over to the house when my parents were home just to stir things up. Anyhow, there's different things you can hear if you go to Troubleshooter on YouTube. Yes, Suzanne. This
Jiffy
is the
Lube
update.
update.
Okay, is it a good update? This is Jiffy Lube.
Mark, it's the YouTube comment I got yesterday.
Oh, it's just
you
okay.
wanted to ask Tim about
So
that.
we're gonna check in with Tim. I'm gonna recap this real quick. Tim called up. He went to Jiffy Lube to get his windshield repaired. For the life of me, I had no idea they did this, but it is. It's on their website. It's everything. And this is the one in Longmont. So the Jiffy Lube in Longmont fixed his window. No, actually, at first they ran out of epoxy or whatever it was. So they said, we're sorry for the inconvenience. When you come back, we'll call you when we have it. Come back in a couple days, we'll do it, and we'll do it for free. It's just a windshield repair, not a replacement. So, Tim, you came back a couple days later, correct?
Yes, maybe 5.
Okay, that's fine. Whatever it is. 4 or 5 days later, you show back up. They do the repair. But when they do it sloppy. That epoxy ended up getting on your hood as well, right?
Correct.
So you called up the show. We reached out thinking, okay, this should be simple. They must have a way to get that epoxy off your hood. Or if they don't, I mean, they're going to have to do something to either blend in the paint or repaint or just get it back to wherever it was. This isn't a big issue.
Yeah, I called them twice and just expected a call back and maybe some advice on getting it off my hood. I wasn't bent out of shape. I figured they'd apologize, but I kind of got my feathers up when they never called me back.
They never
calling them.
They never called back. So we called up. Who actually called up and talked to what's her name?
Kelly talked to her, Andrea or Alexa or something.
Alexa. So you talked to who said or who she said she was a manager, Alexa.
Yes,
At
she's
Jiffy
the
Lube
store manager.
in Longmont, right, Tim? Longmont.
Correct.
Someone put that phone number up. Well, wait, I'm not going to give their phone number out because Tim is probably going to tell us great news. But hold on, Tim, don't tell us anything yet. So here's what happened. So we call up, Kelly calls up and talks to Alexa, who said she was a manager. What did Alexa tell you, Kelly, when you brought this situation up?
So just to recap, we had a lengthy discussion about it,
Yep.
and she did not want to come on the air.
That's
she
fine.
said that she had assigned it to her operations manager, but would not give me the name of the operations manager, and said that it was handled and then hung up on me.
So think about this. This is crazy. The manager said, hey, it's handled. I gave it to my operations manager. And Kelly said, well, who is that? And she says, well, I can't tell you. So, I mean, right there is just, that's about as strange as it gets. But then she actually said something you left out, Kelly. I'll remind you. She said, Alexa said, don't call back, and tell me if I'm wrong, Kelly. Don't call back. I consider this matter closed.
Correct, yes.
That's what Alexa said,
So
right?
that was on the second phone call. After she had hung up on me, I called her back.
And she said that.
And she clarified that the operations manager is handling it.
Yep.
The issue is closed, and please don't call us anymore.
So that happened. Then a day goes by, and Tim, you never received a call as of yesterday, right? Or this could have been even 2 days ago.
Actually, I received.
Wait. You called back the second time. Hold on, Tim. And you never received a call from anybody. The second time you called back to us.
Correct. I called twice, and
That's
they
right.
didn't call me back.
So now, what happened? Give us a good update. Hopefully it's a good update. I'm crossing my fingers that Jiffy Lube did the right thing. Go ahead, Tim.
Well, after we've been on there a couple times, I got a text from a guy that claimed he worked for the owner in Longmont, was a operations manager, whatever he calls himself.
Yep.
And just texted me, asked me if I had a receipt or an invoice, and that he was looking at video. And I texted him back, and he wanted to know the color of the car and all. And I put that in a text, and I told him all I really wanted was a return phone call, an acknowledgement, possibly an apology with advice on how to get the stuff off my car. And then, to tell you the truth, I just figured I'm done with Jiffy Lube, and I blocked his phone number, and that was the end of it for me as far as I was
But, Tim, if he was reaching out to you, I mean, I really don't understand this part. Did you get it fixed, first of all? Is the hood fixed, or is the stuff still on there?
No, I actually realized, I told you it had dried clear and hard.
Yep.
I was out there a couple days after that, and it turned color, and I was like, oh, this isn't good. So I realized it's not 100% solidified. I think I can take care of it myself. I'm kind of embarrassed because it's an older car that we took very good care of. But
no, I wouldn't be embarrassed of anything. Honest to God, I wouldn't be. Hey, do you have that text number from whoever said they're the operations manager?
I do.
I don't want to give it out over the air, but I want it for future calls. This is not our first call with these guys, and it's very sad. You know, I'm not going to tell you what to do from here. Life is yours. It's your choice, man. If it comes off and it's all good, that's great. If it comes off and the paint chips and then you go call Jiffy Lube and they say, hey, we tried to help you. We were going to tell you to use blah, 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 and it wouldn't have done this. It's going to be your own mess at that point, Tim.
Yeah, that's fine.
All right.
I just expected, I never even got an apology. That's what really got my feathers up. And,
it's so
I'm
funny.
done with Jiffy Lube.
Tim,
and I can get you that number. So
yeah, hold on. I want you to give that to Kelly. Now, Tim, Suzanne, someone on YouTube overnight or the day before, if you go to YouTube and type in Troubleshooter Network, we have a bunch of people that watch that way. So, and you can listen during breaks, everything else. But what did one of them say?
Yesterday, a gentleman named Tom put on our YouTube chat for our Troubleshooter Network channel. I called the Jiffy Lube. The employee I spoke to said the person who's complaining about his windshield and epoxy on his hood did it himself.
See, now I don't know if that's true or not. I mean, someone
I don't
might
know
have
either. I just wanted to ask Tim about it, they were making that accusation.
It's kind of crazy, though. You mess up, and all these businesses do it. Paul the Waterman, you've made mistakes. I've made mistakes in business. God knows when I had 5 Goodyear stores, we made a lot of mistakes over the year. But the one thing, when you don't know how to fix something, is when I think people like Jiffy Lube and Longmont, they kind of hide their head. They don't know what to say. So in other words, Alexa, the manager there, who, if anybody there should know how to handle a situation, it would be the manager. If that was my manager, I would have fired her. Telling a radio show after you're being talked about and some guy calls up and complains for a half hour that you consider the situation closed and done when it's not. No one had even contacted him at that point is just ludicrous. But I think what happens is she doesn't know how to handle it. If something happened before, like you have an appointment, I'm making something up, for 9 o'clock in the morning, and you show up and you can't get in right away, I would hope Alexa has enough smarts to say, hey, you know, we opened up late because the bay door was broke or whatever it happens to be, and explains the situation, maybe offers a discount, maybe does something. But when you just go, I don't know, well, I consider the matter closed. I'm Alexa. I consider the matter closed. It's the dumbest thing ever. I mean, it's so stupid, I can't even wrap my head around it.
It's no training. It's no training.
It's zero training. But it happens. I'm sure you have installed a water system, and it's had an issue, and someone calls you up on the phone and they're upset, like all of a sudden I'm not getting water or whatever. I don't know what the scenario is. I'm sure at some point in your younger life or even older life, something has happened and you don't know the answer. I would highly doubt, though, you buried your head in the sand.
No, we go out and figure it out. I mean, honest to goodness, it's not perfect.
And if you don't know how to figure it out, what do you do?
Well, then we call somebody at tech support at the manufacturer.
To figure it out. You call for help.
That's right.
See, Alexa, that's the part I don't understand about this Jiffy Lube. Why wouldn't you say, hey, I don't know how to get this off your hood, but I'm going to find out. I'm going to call up our supplier of this epoxy and figure out what to do. But to never call the guy back, my opinion of Jiffy Lube when it comes to the one in Longmont is you guys suck. You guys suck. It's not the first time we've had calls, and it's not the first time it's impossible to get a hold of somebody. We've got a lot coming up.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Dell Technologies.
Your normal slowdowns throughout the Denver metro for the early afternoon hours. I-25 northbound, we're seeing speeds in the 40s and 50s between the Downing Street overpass into downtown to Colfax. East of downtown, I-70 westbound. Slowdowns continue between Colorado Boulevard and York Street. North of there through Commerce City, I-270 westbound, your usual congestion approaching Vasquez with slow traffic back from I-70. And otherwise a beautiful drive throughout the Denver metro. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, partly cloudy skies. We are seeing some rainy spots throughout the Denver metro. Expectations of scattered thunderstorms before the day's end. Overall high of 79 this afternoon, overnight low of 59. The current temperature in Denver is 77 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Now your ideas don't have to wait. Dell Technologies and Intel are pushing what technology can do, so great ideas can happen right now. Find out how to bring your ideas to life at Dell.com. Welcome to now.
Made in the shade, blind shade, shutters, drapes, more. Maybe you have a fix and flip and you just had a tenant move out or a rental, anything to do with it. They have blinds and shades and drapes and shutters of all price ranges. Once again, all price ranges. If you want something cheap, they're going to have the cheapest thing out there for window coverings. You got a $5 million house, they're going to have fully automated, Bluetooth controlled, the whole bit. They're going to have whatever you want. Here's what I love about them. Unlike these other companies you hear all the time advertising, these guys come out to your house. They help you with the colors. They help you with the style. They do all the measurements. They do all the installation, and they do it for all budgets, and they're generally cheaper than the places that make you do all the work, including your own installation. Made in the shade. Go to 7 or call 720-458-6566. 720-458-6566. I don't like their website. Yeah, sometimes during a commercial I talk. It's MITS, M-I-T-S, meaning made in the shade, MITSDenverSouth.com. I want to talk to them about that. I think we should get something better. But anyhow, they're great guys. MITSDenverSouth.com. Empower Reverse Mortgage. Mark Massey's the guy. I've said this 100 times. If you want real information on a reverse mortgage, maybe you've talked to someone years ago and you didn't like how it went, but you're still kind of interested in the product. You want that guy to talk to that's going to be honest and give you no hassle and just tell you the real deal. And if it's not right for you, he's going to tell you. The other thing is if you're in a reverse mortgage and you've been in it for 5 or 10 years, or even longer, I got to tell you something. That house has built up a lot more equity. Mark has a product where you can actually refi, get more money out, and still have a reverse mortgage where you never make another payment, but you get the use of that equity again. Call Mark Massey, 720-500-7719. Frank Duran, the real estate man. My goodness, you want the best realtor out there. It is so hard to talk about Frank. And what I mean by that is I can't explain everything he did for us. He got us more money for our house in Castle Rock than I know any other realtor could have got. He created a bidding war that was insane. You know, we had almost 100,000 people take, I think it's called a Matterhorn, a virtual walkthrough on our house from all around the country. Over that weekend, the very first weekend he listed it, you know what he did? He got this bidding war going, and we had about 15, 20 offers, bona fide offers to choose from come Monday. Some of them were immediate cash offers, so we could move out quicker. Other ones might have been more money, but they didn't have a house to sell. There was nothing pending. He walked us through every offer. We chose one, and then he ended up even getting more money for us. He's an incredible man, and then he negotiated our house down in Franktown a huge amount. Go to frankduranhomes.com. You know, Frank sells more homes in 1 year, in 1 year than most realtors sell in a lifetime. But Frank sells more homes in 1 month than most Colorado realtors sell in an entire year. frankduranhomes.com.
Did you know that you do not have to tear out your entire kitchen in order to have a brand new look? Really? Hi, Dan Cicchini. Done right.
I hate that. MITSDenverSouth.com. No one would ever remember that in a million years. They're going to go MITS, MITSDenver.com, Denver MITS, MITS Denver North. I mean, it's going to be crazy. And phone numbers, we got to talk them into a better website. We have to. I insist upon it. Let me look real quick. GoDaddy. See, if I was this guy,
Be like Denver Maid or something.
go daddy. Come on, why can't
Oh, we're gonna be.
I can't even go to
We're not
GoDaddy.
even gonna have any time coming back, Mark.
Correct.
Yeah, we got
no
another
time.
hour though.
No time.
Correct.
And take a little nap.
GoDaddy.
Go for it.
Shade.
Got a beer?
Shades.co. Whoops. .com.
Okay, now I got the song "No Time Left for You." No time
Yeah,
left
that's right.
for
That's
you.
Shades.co. Nope, not available. My bad. How about blinds?
DenverShades.co.
There you go. Or Colorado Shades, but let's go Denver. DenverShade.co. I bet it's there.
Should be.
Yep.
Try shades
It's
though.
there, it's
to
there.
me, more natural sounds shades. Even saying it. DenverShade.co. Denver
Yep, it's there.
Shades.
Email Mike to grab both of them for me.
Okay.
Watch some prick
Good
on
afternoon. Thanks for
YouTube
calling the
snag
Troubleshooter
it.
Show. Yes, what's your name?
Oh wait, hold on. Window
Oh, Eric,
coverings.
were you on hold? Do you have the issue with the bank?
Some people just don't get it.
That's a good one too.
Okay, yeah, no problem.
With
Just
an
make
S or
sure that
without?
you turn your
I don't know
radio
yet.
all
With
the
an
way
S,
down
but
for
it's
me,
thinking. I
'cause
don't
you
know
can
why it's
listen to
thinking.
the hold
No,
stuff
that
through
one
the
is.
phone, okay?
Oh wait,
Hang on. for me.
covering is
All right?
available.
Uh-huh.
I like Denver Shades. I like that one because shades is really what it is. You can think as them as sunglasses.
Yeah, they're
Yeah.
shades.
Well, or it's
All
giving
right,
you
Bruce,
shade.
Just be patient with me, okay? We'll get to you as soon
It
as
can
we
be used
possibly
any
can.
which way. That's what I'm saying. First of all, if you're arguing with
Hey,
my
Michael, just
diction,
hang
you're
tight.
wrong.
We're getting through the calls, and we'll get to you as soon as possible about your fuel line issue, okay?
What is that one? Why Tuesday?
82-year-old lady. She said something. You heard something different. YouTubers agreed with me.
Oh, you were so wrong. It was
Oh
crazy.
yeah, with the when
I came
she
back
said,
and asked her.
Scott, it was the one where what did she say?
Dragon remembers that. It's almost
Their air conditioning, it got a hole.
Okay, I got
Yeah,
like-
the air conditioning with a hole in it on Tuesday.
Yeah, see, Dragon, isn't it funny when they don't think I heard? And I heard everything
The
perfectly.
thing is, she said both.
It was
though.
a perfect phone call.
Dragon's on the fence.
She said both. She said she had. She turned.
She
her
didn't
air
say both.
conditioning-
Now I'm
did.
calling
Yeah.
you out. You're wrong.
Oh, okay.
We're all
It
wrong.
was a perfect phone call.
Right.
You're right. Right.
Do I have any time? Like
Nope,
10
none.
seconds?
Hellcat, I will
So
sell
we're
you
on
the
break,
domains.
basically?
Come on, Hellcat, man.
What?
Do us a
Yeah, we're done.
favor.
We're going
Stay
to the
out
top
of
of the
that.
hour.
So not even music?
Nothing.
Oh, God.
Absolutely.
Next time, just
Bad.
cut me the hell
Hey,
off,
I'm
honest to
telling
God.
Tommy,
Or whisper
I'm
in my
telling
ear.
Tommy, because you always make fun of him.
You know, first of
Oh,
all,
the time
here's
that I
the,
whispered in your ear, and then Suzanne did the break sign, and then I did the break sign.
I
Yeah.
didn't. I can't see you, first of all.
Okay, all right, yeah, okay.
So,
That's what he claims.
are you there?
Yes, yes,
Dragon,
yes.
are you there? I don't see you.
Wait a minute, wait a
Is he
minute.
there?
Is that Billy Gilman? Is that the ZZ Top guy?
It is. It's his son.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah.
How?
Where's the restroom, guys?
Well, you got to go down.
Thank you, Scott.
Take a right.
I offered.
Take a right, go up the elevator, take
Paul,
the stairs.
I
go
offered.
left.
How much money did I offer you to shave?
It's like a couple grand.
$2,000
Yeah.
cash, greenbacks, baby.
Right.
I bring him in, put him
No,
on the
it's
table.
not Dragon that said no. It was Carla.
His
Yeah.
wife.
Respect the wife.
Yeah, she laughed. She's like, hell no.
I love that. She
There is a
says.
number. What's the number? I mean, everybody's got a number.
Huh.
I told you the guy in the bar, the next door. I think it was called literally the next door bar in Castle Rock. I laid 5 fucking G down. He had one of these handlebar mustaches.
Mark
I mean,
needs a
it came
Vegas
out like
trip.
this, and I was like, $5,000 on the table. I knew he wouldn't do it. I've heard him talk about it, but I put it on the table. I mean, I would have been fucked if he said he did it, but he didn't touch it. Wouldn't do it.
Good one, Todd and Bruce. Mark needs a Vegas trip, Bruce says. Then Todd says he wants to try a sandwich at the Bunny Ranch.
Did you hear that one on the Bunny Ranch?
No.
God.
We went to this dinner party real quick. It was all adults. There's 8 of us. And the wife goes, the funniest thing happened to my husband a few months ago. She said, I saw on the credit card it had one of these Bunny Ranch charges in Nevada, but he accidentally walked in there thinking it was a sandwich shop.
Sure.
He was just
Easily
getting a
confusable.
sandwich, Dragon.
Yeah.
I looked at him.
Who doesn't love extra roast beef?
I looked at him and called him out. I mean, I called the guy out right at the table, and everybody knew it except the wife. Everybody knew it. I mean, and I really liked the woman, but she was just not thinking straight. You know what I'm saying?
Do you think she might have been playing dumb? That was her game?
I don't know.
Hell no.
Dragon.
Well, what do you think, Suzanne? Do you think she was playing dumb or she was clueless?
He said he wanted a pork chop sandwich.
Sure.
No, I don't know. I don't know if she knew or not.
I was just because that would have been brilliant if she came across that way, kind of naive.
Yeah, but okay, so I go home to Suzanne after a boys' trip to Vegas and say, oh, I accidentally walked into the chicken ranch. She's going to go, oh, okay, and wait for a dinner environment and other people.
It's bad.
Oh, my gosh.
And Dragon, they're divorced. They divorced like a year later, not because of the combo.
When you Google it, it does say the Bunny Ranch Bar and Restaurant.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my God. All-you-can-eat buffet.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, it's there.
Satisfaction
I got to
guaranteed.
Google it now.
Yeah.
Bunny Ranch Buffet. Is it a buffet?
It just says bar and restaurant.
Does it say Bunny Ranch?
The Bunny Ranch
And it's in
Bar
Nevada.
and Restaurant.
Look at that, Mark.
Cocktails
You know
and
what?
live
Oh,
music.
it's permanently closed.
Because the guy died.
Holy shit. I can't believe they actually serve food there.
Is this the one that was
This
on?
is it. This is the horror house, to put it in its reality
Have
here.
Dragon make a cameo appearance. The camera's in here, Dragon.
Here's directions to the bunny house.
This is the bunnyranchbar.com.
Yep. You take I-25. Okay, so here's the food. Zach's smoked ham, Chris's tuna salad.
Oh my gosh.
Morgan's veggie sandwich, Carrera's Valley salad, Air Force Amy's kale salad.
That's the one that was on HBO. They did a series on that now.
Holy shit.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
They got pizza.
Like 10 years ago
10 years
or
ago,
something
yep.
like that.
Hey,
We watched that.
Their shit's cheap too, man. Draft beer, $3.25.
We started watching, by the way, the juror, Mark, the juror or the jury? Mark, last night, the juror or the jury?
The juror, I think.
They have meat curtains
Chris's
there.
sausage loaf.
Oh, God.
God. Tool Slayer.
You guys need to watch The Lincoln Lawyer. That's a good one. It's on Netflix.
Is that a show or a
Yeah,
movie?
it's a show. Lincoln Lawyer.
All right.
Brooklyn's curly
2 exit
fries.
69. Cool one, Bruce.
Listen to this one. This one's not as
Sable's
crazy.
Guacamole burger.
This one just says Aurora's pussy.
No, it does
Motley Crue's
$18.99.
God
Is there one there
bless
for Motley
America.
Crue?
Yeah, Motley Crue's Bacon and Blue.
God,
Okay, Mark, look, house spots. You got those.
this is insane.
You still have Michael holding over the Gray's Auto. He's been holding now for 2 hours.
You know, now I feel bad. Maybe I did create
Now-
a divorce. I mean, they actually, but who the fuck would go there to eat?
$1,100 sandwiches.
But there's food.
Mark, are you hearing me though?
What?
House spots.
Yeah.
Okay, and then you've had this Michael guy holding for 2 hours over Gray
Okay.
Auto still.
God, but I've already gone to him 4
I know,
times.
but then so go to Bruce. He's had a CenturyLink dish issue as well. I'm hoping it's the same area and we can knock 2 out at once with my Angel.
Wait. Go to who?
Bruce has the same CenturyLink dish issue.
Oh, okay.
And I'm saying he might be in the same neighborhood or area, and I
got
could
it.
knock them both out at once.
All right, so I go to Eric first.
Oh, God.
Michael's been holding only 4 minutes.
I don't care if you go to Michael or not. I'm just letting you know the poor guy is
Let's
still
put
there.
the vote on YouTube. Hopefully
Should we
you
go
guys
back
get
to
it.
Gray's Auto?
If I had time, I'd put a poll up, but should we go back to Michael and Gray's Auto? He's got one more thing to say. Well, actually, it says has more to say. So let us know. Should we go to him or not? And I'm going to follow the YouTubers' deal. Soon as I get 5 answers, the one with the most votes, I'll go for. It's not going to be a poll. Just put it up right now. Yes or
Then
no?
my job is done here. I'm gonna
All you got to do
take
is say
the
yes or
afternoon
no.
off. Neil, remember Mark is known for his diction and his tact. He has standards.
Damn right.
Neil.
What is Neil complaining?
No, just emails, little comments here and there.
Who's getting the timeout? Who is it?
I don't know where Neil is on the chat. I've never seen Neil on the chat. Neil, get on the chat. Why not? Why you email us?
Oh, yeah.
You know, Neil had, he emails you too.
Oh, Neil emails all the time.
He's a cool guy. Just get on the live
He is
chat,
a cool
man.
guy. I don't understand
Love
why
to
he's
see you
not on.
there.
I always thought he was on YouTube, actually.
Hi, Diana, Sherry. They say no, don't go to Gray's Auto. Bruce says go. Cassie says no. JHE says no. So the vote is no, Michael.
Well, if he's listening on YouTube right now, he really has hurt feelings.
That's right.
If our caller's mercy is at the YouTubie's mercy, we've got issues.
All right, 15 seconds here, guys.
Voice be heard. Call, text, and now talk back anytime with our free iHeartRadio app. While streaming KHOW and the full screen player, just click the microphone to record your message. Talk back to Denver's talk station now.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Welcome to the show, the only show of its kind. We're here to solve problems, answer questions, take complaints. We want to make your life just a little bit better. You've been ripped off or taken advantage of. Write this number down. Spread it to your neighbors. Spread it to whoever needs help. 303 Martino. Now, we have fun. There's no doubt about it. We have to be entertaining while solving problems, because if we weren't, well, we probably wouldn't have a show. But honest to God, over $300 million in cash, merchandise, exchanges, and refunds directly due to the show. If you've never watched the show on YouTube, I implore you to check it out. A lot of times people will watch it on YouTube and never go back to any other way to watch it. You go to YouTube, you type in Troubleshooter, and you'll see our channel there, Troubleshooter Network. 303-713-8255 is a number you can call now, or 303-MARTINO. That number works all the time, on and off the air. You can leave us a message. We'll get back with you. That's what we love doing. And then you can email us at help@troubleshooter.com. I got Paul the Waterman in. Real quick, Paul, I want to say something about you. We've been endorsing you for a long time. You're an honest guy in a business that I remember had a lot of, kind of strange people or rip-off people back in the day. Your water systems, for one thing, your softeners are what, $1,900?
Yeah, our base unit's $19.95 installed.
So, honest to God, some of the competition out there, like the Halo systems a lot of people push, can be $8,000 to $12,000 installed. And I don't want to get into this part, but they're not even as good as a softener, or arguably even a softener. But it doesn't matter what brand it is besides Halo. Most of these things are going to run you $6,000 to $12,000. For a fraction of that, $2,000, Paul will come out. He will test your water to see how soft it is, or basically to see how hard it is, right?
Correct.
And hardness in water is nothing but minerals. It could be any mineral.
Right. So water hardness is calcium carbonate. As it oxidizes, it forms the scale. So it could also be part of magnesium. So we do the hardness test so we can get an idea of what's the right system to recommend.
So when you come out to someone's house, they call you up, they make an appointment. Mm-hmm. You show up on the appointment, or your folks show up, and they run the tap water for a second. Then, what is the free water test? How does it even work?
So what we do is we use the Hawk testing equipment that's made right here in Colorado, outside of Longmont, and we do the hardness test. We don't do any, precipitation test. That's the scam that you were talking about. It changes the color, right?
Yeah.
I totally disagree with that. And so we do the hardness, TDS, and total chlorine if you live in town. If you live out in the well water, we'll do a pH test and iron, because acidity can be a big issue for folks. And so, we give them the scope. We look at the size of the home, how many bathrooms they have, how many people they live.
And what it's going to take to get the water to the right condition.
Exactly.
Now, interestingly enough, sometimes you go out and they don't need anything.
Correct. Listen, Louisville has naturally soft water. There's some ports, there's a Bennett, believe it or not, there's a community out there that the water's naturally soft. So then we recommend, filters that take out the total chlorine content.
Real quick on filtration, I was reading something that, I guess I knew this, but I didn't know how bad it was. All the narcotics, not just narcotics, any drug that goes through people ends up in a lot of these district waters. Now, tell me if this is correct. I know you know a lot about Denver water, right?
Yes.
So do they use wastewater? Do they actually take wastewater, recondition it, and that's in their tap or no? I don't know.
Well, I would say so because everything is reusable because where they dump it at, you got so many communities. So where you dump it at, it's pulled right back out again.
Well, what are these like? If you go up to Central City, have you ever been up there?
Yes.
You drive by, after you go by that gas station, if you're going the back way from Golden, there's a big wastewater facility. I assume it's for all the hotels up there.
Correct.
So all the wastewater, and this could be for anywhere, I'm just using this example. So this big metropolis of Central City and Blackhawk, all of a sudden the wastewater goes to that facility. What does that facility do?
Takes all the solids out and then dumps it right back into the reservoir where they draw it from.
So then it goes, that's just amazing to me. So depending on where you live, they might literally treat the water that gets flushed down the toilet.
Castle Rock
and
is
then it comes back through your tap.
Castle Rock is right, 73% reuse. They call it reusable water. It started in California. San Diego was 100% reusable water.
Of course it did.
Right. So Castle Rock is 73% reusable water. So once you flush the toilet, it goes through the waste treatment plant. They take the solids out, and then all they do
treat it.
That's with the disinfectant of the chloramine.
So they put it. Is it chlorine? Chloramine.
Chlorine and ammonia
Same
mixture.
family.
That's right.
That's incredible. Think about that. I know it's disgusting to think about, but according to every source in the world I find, ABC, CBS, just Google it right now. In fact, CNN, put in Forever Chemicals CNN. You're going to see so many articles, but the one that's almost brand new within the last couple weeks, it's stunning. Over 45% of us now in our water, it doesn't matter what the water source has, Forever Chemicals, that's a whole nother situation. But Paul can test for those. He can test for anything at your house. And what I love about it is most of his tests are free. He's going to come out, he's going to do it. I promise you, I vouch for him right here. If you don't need something, he's not going to try to sell it for you. Take advantage of the free test. And now that you said Castle Rock, especially if you live in Castle Rock, that is like, I'm glad we used to
water,
live there
yeah.
and we didn't have a filtration system. And I'm going,
I think real quick, I think the next big issue to drop with water supply is the amount of pharmaceuticals that they're
it's crazy.
finding. Yeah.
Fentanyl. Think of all the things that people put in their bodies, not just stuff like fentanyl, but diabetes medicine. I mean, anything, it ends up
in the water supply.
In the water. In the filtration like Castle Rock uses, will it get rid of fentanyl?
No, it won't remove it.
I'm not saying you're going to overdose. These are minute amounts.
Right.
But
But my fear is down the road, because of all the antibiotics, somebody could get an allergic reaction by drinking a glass of water, because when you recycle it, right, you're not diluting it. You're using it over and over and over and over again.
Yeah. Oh, that's crazy. So free test, just take advantage of it. 303-862-5554. Any shenanigans, you just call into the show, honestly. Oh, I felt it was really high pressured. I've been talking about Paul for years. Not one time have I heard that call. Not one single time. In fact, I'll say this, Paul, I don't think I've had a complaint on you. I might have had one person say, you don't go up to...
Conifer or something.
No, it wasn't Conifer. It was... we were just talking about Central City. It's the one in the gambling place in the Springs.
Cripple Creek?
Cripple Creek.
Right.
And you're like, we just don't go up there. But one time you actually went pretty far for a caller. But anyhow, call them up right now. Get the appointment. 303-862-5554. Now, Bruce has a problem with Centrally Link as well. Bruce, what's your issue, man?
Well, what I have is the same problem the other gentleman called in to quit on Monday. They promised to fix it.
I do believe he's calling about CenturyLink for the life of me because the phone call sucks. Bruce, get off Bluetooth, get off the tin can. I can't hear a word you're saying, brother.
How's this?
That is so much better. I can't believe it. Go ahead.
Okay, I have CenturyLink, the same problem. It went out. They promised to fix it. I have raised all sorts of pain that I can. I'm very frustrated. They don't want to fix it until next Monday, and it's their problem.
Are you in the same area?
No, I'm in Inglewood.
Inglewood. God, what is going on with CenturyLink? I mean, this really sucks.
How long has it been out?
Since Monday afternoon.
And here's the problem. You know, a lot of people like myself, we rely on the internet. I mean, honestly, I might be a little different, but if I'm remote, I got to have the internet at my house, and I have CenturyLink. But all of our TV, we cut the cord. We have no satellite. We have YouTube Live. You know, we have Hulu. We have stuff like that. Without the internet, I have nothing. It's crazy. And where we live, believe it or not, our cell coverage isn't that great. So we have this little gizmo that hooks up to our internet that makes our cell phone better. So without internet, people are screwed. Bruce, I'm going to put you on hold. Kelly's going to get all your information, and we're going to shoot it out. Say it again.
Let me throw this. I just picked up a nice little part-time job at Coors Field as an usher.
Oh, nice.
I have training videos to go through. I cannot get through to the training videos.
That sucks.
Also, I got 3 bills that everybody wants you to pay online. Hello.
You can't pay them. No, it's horrible, Bruce. Hold on. We're going to reach out to our angel. I can't make any promises. If it was the same area, I wish it kind of was, but a totally different deal. Just out of curiosity, what do they say it is? You said it was their fault. What is it?
Well, they had an outage reported. That's why I went down.
It's probably at the
now
CO.
The outage is cleared, but I'm not good.
I got you. All right, hold tight. We're going to reach out. You got to give Kelly your address, all the vitals. 303-713-8255. Kathy, Eric, Michael, hold tight. We're going to have one line open, ripped off, taken advantage of. Any questions you have, give us a call.
In this week's Marketers Report, we hear about the importance of local radio from Allison Griffin, head of marketing at State Farm.
iHeart has such a broad broadcast reach that is local, and for us to be able to touch customers with a local feel but at a national scale is so efficient and important for us.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to the audiences, trusted influencers, and data you need to grow. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com.
How about this? How about a paycheck for life? And actually what it is an annuity. You put a certain amount in right now. Let's say you're 50 years old. You put $100,000 in right now. It'll sit there and grow and grow and grow. And then when you turn on what we call the money side of it, to where you start getting a paycheck for life, you could have as much, depending on how long it grows, you could have as much as $3,000, $4,000, $5,000 a month. And that's till the day you die. Think about it. You get $3,000, $4,000 in Social Security. And you can add to that till the day you die an additional amount. There's also different things where they have bonus money depending on your age. Once again, if you're 50, you put $100,000 right now and buy an annuity. You got to buy the right one though. If you buy one right now, they'll give you a bonus of 15, 20%. They change sometimes, but that money grows along with yours, and you have access to that money. You really got to check these guys out. I want you to call Joe up and just talk to him about an annuity, a paycheck for life. Go to mymoneymyway.com, mymoneymyway.com, and if you have a SEP fund, a retirement plan because you own a small business, you can use that. And you just roll it over. You don't have to use all of it. You can use any amount you want, or a 401k, or an IRA. You can do different things. I really want you to call Joe and just ask him. He's a fiduciary. Him and Jordan do things the right way. I love these guys. Go to mymoneymyway.com, mymoneymyway.com. Fuller Law, John Fuller. Suzanne, get on real quick. When we got T-boned, honest to God, you had a broken nose, you had back issues.
It was terrible, Mark.
It was terrible, isn't it? It's so sudden. Every airbag, car totaled.
The scariest day of my life, really.
How did you think? So we called up John Fuller.
Yeah, that night.
You dealt, that's right. As soon as we were back from the ER and stuff, but what did you think about John? He sent you to certain doctors. I mean, really, when you look back on it, it's been years. I mean, John to me was like a coach.
I felt like he was holding my hand through the whole thing, Mark.
Yeah, he made us also understand mistakes we could make, like the other insurance company kept trying to reach you.
Yeah.
John says, no way, I talked to them. And he put an end to that. I'm not sure how he did that, but we never heard from him again. And he got us, here's the important part too. He got us maximum payout. He got us every nickel the other insurance company had to pay out. 303-597-4500, 303-597-4500. You're going to talk to John. He's the guy. You have any questions, you've been hurt in an accident, put that phone number in, 303-597-4500. My accident lawyer can be your accident lawyer at myaccidentlawyer.co. Oh, here's an interesting one. issue questions with daughters, boyfriends, murder. Ooh, I wonder what that's got to be. It's crazy, a murder. Eric has an issue with a bank. We got a lot coming up. Marty, I hear your headphones. You're kind of deaf, aren't you, in a way? They just seem very loud. I don't care if I hear them. I'm asking you, though, how's your hearing?
That's fine.
It's pretty good. No hearing aid? I come in and Brown has this at like 75%. If I plug in, if I put these on, then plug in, it just blows me back into my seat.
I just had it.
Is it the speaker that you're hearing, Mark, or no?
No, I hear his
Yeah,
headphones.
I had it on too loud. I had it on too loud.
There's volume.
No, I lowered it. Although I haven't had my hearing tested, I assume it's on.
Yeah, it's one of those things, right? I never, like, besides this, and I don't have these high at all, you know, I really never my entire life had headphones on, didn't go to a lot of concerts, that kind of stuff. Some people really have. I mean, some people, holy moly, man. Buy gold. You need to buy gold, and buy gold now. Gold. Gold, I tell you. Gold. I mean, I got to call one of these places someday. I mean, compared to spot pricing, how much are you buying it for? Do they ship it to you? I mean, and if they do ship it to you, do they have this big database of everybody that's got gold in their house?
I heard if it's not hallmarked, like I think there's an outfit in the UK that does it, then there's a different value because hallmark means that it's authenticated.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's a part I never even thought about. You don't know the quality of your gold.
That's right, yeah.
Now, I'll tell you what, forget about gold. If you really want to diversify, there's this company that used to
10
have
seconds, buddy.
Plates like Archie.
Local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com. Denver's talk station. 630 KHOW.
Hey, does anybody remember the Franklin Mint? Where you could, like, when Archie Bunker was on, you could go out and you could buy from the Franklin Mint an entire dinnerware set with Archie's face on it. What else did they have on that stuff? Does anybody remember those? And then the other thing I remember, these green little stamps. I worked at a grocery store. Yeah, one of the only places I ever worked besides for myself, in fact, literally, is where Suzanne and I met, Bill's Discount. And we had these little stamps, and they'd fill up a book, and then they'd get like a gravy boat that week. And then the next week, they'd get a teacup. I mean, all those kind of weird things have kind of gone away. So, but hold on, we're back on air. You can talk, but turn the mic on because no one's hearing you,
All right.
Smarty Marty. What were you going to say? The points.
They've been replaced by point systems.
Yeah, that's true.
Right?
Or cards where you get discounts on fuel, all that stuff.
You go.
But let's get real. What would you rather have? 5 cents off a gallon or an authentic I Love Lucy dinner set? I mean,
Lucy
really.
dinner set, seriously.
I think
Yeah,
the dinner set,
absolutely.
that would be the way to go. How about, remember, Suzanne, your relative, your granny collected spoons. Whatever
Yeah.
happened to spoons?
I know. They were kind of fun, huh? It was each state.
Every state she went to. Say that again?
Thimbles?
Yeah, thimbles, and
Thimbles,
little, or
yep,
shot
collected
glasses, of course.
Matchboxes.
Matchbox.
My parents had a bowl of matchboxes from restaurants from wherever they would go.
I know what you're saying. Not Matchbox the cars.
No.
The
little
wooden
real
stick
matches.
matches.
The real books of matches.
Yep.
Do you remember when Pepsi, when they'd use the bottle tops, the bottles pop, and then you had to open it up, and then you peeled
prize.
a prize. You peeled the inner, yeah. Does
I
it get a
remember.
prize?
Yeah. Okay. I think they still do this. But how about McDonald's in the Monopoly game?
Yeah.
You would buy something and then you would get like Park Place or whatever it is. But of course, no one that I ever knew got
Boardwalk.
Got
Right,
Boardwalk
right,
and
yeah.
won the $1,000,000,000. There was a lot of stuff
How
that's
about
kind of coming
cereal
on.
boxes? You have a toy?
Oh yeah, don't they still do that?
I don't know. I don't eat cereal.
I have no idea.
I don't
Do
think
cereal?
so.
Cracker Jacks
Yeah.
probably still does.
But
Do they still make
don't-
Cracker Jacks?
I would open the cereal box upside down so you get the prize first.
That was so fun.
This one sounds pretty serious. Kathy, I don't even know where to begin. Here's what it says on my screen. Question with daughter's boyfriend's murder. First of all, I'm sorry to hear about this. What happened? When was your daughter's boyfriend murdered? When did it happen?
Well, it's my son's girlfriend, and it happened probably around 10:30, the 1st of October, on a Saturday night.
So basically almost a year ago, 9 months ago, whatever that is.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, and what happened? Just so everybody can understand, was it like was he at home or what happened?
This was done. He shot her in the garage. Yeah, Audra is her name. He shot her in the garage while he was drunk at his son's 12th birthday party.
Oh my God! Wait a minute! Who shot her?
The defendant.
Who is the defendant? What's his name?
His name is Jamie Houghton.
So Jamie, and how was he related to? Was it Amber?
No, her name is Audra.
Audra. How was Jamie related to Audra? A husband, a boyfriend, what?
Well, no, my son, Joshua, and Jamie worked together at a construction company.
Okay.
And my son had dated Audra for 5 years. And they went over there to Jamie's house for his son's birthday party. And Audra had bought a present for the son. And there was quite a bit of drinking going on.
From everybody, I assume. I mean, it's a party, right?
Yeah.
So,
And,
but what was the relevance of Audra bought a present?
Well, she bought a present for his son at the birthday party.
Jamie's
that was
son.
her. Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And Jamie had an interest in her. And there's text messages indicating his interest in her.
Was Jamie married at the time where he shot Audra?
No, he has a girlfriend.
Is that the kid's mom?
No.
Okay,
No.
different girl. Okay.
Yeah, he has 2 kids he's divorced.
So they're at this party, and Audra bought a present for Jamie's kid. It's a kid's birthday party. How did it escalate into a shooting?
We don't know, Mark. God, I wish I knew. My son was in the kitchen getting something to eat or something to drink, and Jamie and Audra were the only ones that were in the garage. Audra was sitting on one of those construction seats, with the wheels, those very low seats,
Yeah.
and he shot her in the back of the head.
Oh, my God. In the back of the head?
Yes.
Now, oh, my God. I assume it's only been 9 months or whatever it's been. I don't think the trial would have happened yet, has it?
Well, no, it hasn't.
What are the charges? I mean, when people say murder, I mean, what are the actual charges?
I've got a notebook here. Let me look. I sent that in that email.
Is it murder?
It's manslaughter.
Okay, manslaughter. I wonder why I can't imagine why it would be manslaughter. Is he saying it was an accident?
Well, this is the deal. They had the gun tested. The prosecution had the gun tested, and the defense had the gun tested. Both of them came up and said that gun did not fire accidentally. There's too many safeties on that gun.
I got you, and I believe that. But what I'm asking you, though, is that his defense?
Well, see, the defense is...
I'm dying to hear this because what would the defense be? I accidentally shot someone in the back of the head because you must have pulled the gun out. I mean, is he even taking blame? Is he saying he even had the gun in his hand?
The gun was in his toolbox out in the garage.
Kathy, I'm trying to really figure out this. If I was talking to him in your best... And I know you don't know anything for a fact. None of us do because we weren't there. So the bottom, is that her? Oh, my God.
I'm relatively positive that's her. Was she in
horrible.
Lakewood?
It's horrible. So, but anyhow, Kathy, if I was talking to Jamie and said, Jamie, what happened? What do you think he would tell us?
I don't know, to tell you the truth. I don't know. He had the gun residue test. Now, this is the weird part, Mark. They did 3 different blood withdrawals at the Taj Mahal. When we went into court, they had the video of him hunched up in a chair, and the sheriff went in there, woke him up. This is 4 hours after he shoots her. Okay, he's drunk. He's in a blackout state. They wake him up.
Well, because he's so drunk?
Yes, exactly.
I wonder if that is his defense. I was so drunk I don't remember anything. I don't know what I did, but keep going. So the sheriff walks in.
It could be. The sheriff walks in, wakes him up, and says, we need to do a blood withdrawal. Now, this is all on video.
Yeah, what happens?
The word warrant is mentioned, but I don't know if that was...
But did he take the blood?
Word. Well, he signed the consent.
Yeah.
He signed the consent. They did. They took 3 different blood withdrawals from him.
But where's that going? Why is this relevant? I mean, you would think they would do that under any circumstance.
Well, you would think that they would, but they got 3 different blood withdrawals.
Yeah.
And they started at, what was it? I don't know, 4 hours after he
and I assume these blood withdrawals are to check for either narcotics or alcohol or whatever.
Exactly.
So, but what was the outcome? What happened, Kathy?
Well, see, we don't know, Mark, because number one, they didn't get a warrant until 6:45 in the morning.
Oh my God! Hold on! I got to take this, Kathy, hold on! I got to take this break. Don't tell me all those samples were thrown out, and even if they were thrown out, I don't quite get the relevance of that. In fact, if anything, and I'm not an attorney, I think the fact that he was highly intoxicated or maybe drugged out, anything, it doesn't matter, that might actually be somewhat of a defense from murder in the first degree compared to if he was sober as a rock. I mean, I'm not sure, but I want to hear about that. Hold tight.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Tom Martino now. Michael Brown tomorrow morning at 6:30 KHOW Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by PXG, Parsons Extreme Golf.
Drama north of downtown, Highway 36 westbound. We've got a brand new crash just after I-25 in the right lane. As a result, I-25 northbound, you are going to see some slowdowns on the off-ramp to Highway 36 westbound, as well as slowdowns on I-270 westbound. We're seeing backups all the way back from Vasquez, about 5 minutes of delayed driving through Commerce City. Otherwise, a pretty standard drive throughout the Denver Metro. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, partly cloudy skies out there, seeing a little bit of rain, expecting scattered thunderstorms before the afternoon's end, high of 79 degrees, overnight low of 59. Tomorrow, more isolated thunderstorms, high of 83. The current temperature is 76 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Golfers, listen up. Unleash the ultimate golf experience with custom-fitted PXG clubs. Engineered and packed with cutting-edge technology and performance. A club for every swing and budget. Sure to deliver an absolute game-changing experience. Visit your local PXG store today.
You know, sometimes timing is everything. I want to talk to you about Joseph A. Lazara. You know, he's an attorney. He's a criminal defense attorney, and it doesn't matter if it is murder. It doesn't matter if it's assault, domestic violence, DUI is a big one. If you're in trouble with the law, no matter what, you got to have proper people representing you. You do not want to deal with the DA only. Joseph A. Lazari knows all the judges. He knows all the DAs. He's been around a long time. And why is that important? Because they know what this guy can do. They know how good he is in front of a jury. Some of the stuff is flat rate pricing, like a DUI. So if you found yourself caught up in a mess, I want you to call Joseph A. Lazare. I also want you to take this phone number down and put it in your phone right now. So if you ever do get in trouble, and none of us think about this, when it happens, it happens. Maybe you thought you were under the limit with 2 or 3 drinks at dinner, and all of a sudden you're in a jail cell. You need the phone number, 303-429-6200, 303-429-6200, Joseph A. Lazara. Now, let's talk about David Ellis jewelry. You know what these guys do better than anybody else? If you have old earrings or old jewelry that is a precious metal, they pay it, they weigh it right there on site. They'll buy anything that's precious metal. I say this jokingly, but it's very true. Gold teeth. Maybe you had gold teeth at one point, then you went and got veneers, something else. Anything that's a precious metal, they give you a good fair price for, way more than a pawn store. These guys also do jewelry repair, but I want you to give them a call, 303-322-8779, or go to 3rd and Clayton, or check them out on their website at davidellisjewelry.com. That's davidellisjewelry.com. Paragon Services! Why do I scream about them? I'll tell you why. $500 in damage is what my insurance company told me, my homeowners. I called Matt because I thought that was a bunch of malarkey. I thought that was malarkey, as someone would say. And guess what? It was malarkey. Because you know who showed up? Matt with Paragon Services. You know how much he got from my insurance company? Same exact claim. You ready for this? $70,000. You need someone on your side. You need Matt. You need a public adjuster. I promise you, go to referralist.com, look up Paragon, or write the number down right now. He can even go back on claims in the last 2 years that your insurance company screwed you on. Call Matt, 719-726-0020. Don't listen to that insurance company's malarkey.
Do you need your watch repaired?
That was a good one.
Old malarkey.
That's a bunch of malarkey.
Oh, I think I got your email about that.
I don't like that war in Ukraine either, man. I feel like we're in another Vietnam. I feel like NATO's growing too quick. I just don't like anything going on.
Annette. Okay. Well, let's find out. We can certainly get you on.
I'd vote for him.
Yeah, I think I would too. He's a little nutty, but you know what? I don't give a
And
shit.
is it a landscaper?
He claims that
You know what? I don't actually.
his uncle and father were not killed by those people that we think.
I'm still. When I say he's nutty, I don't know that. All I know is some people in the media think he's nutty, and I don't know if he is
that's
or not.
because he was anti-vaxxer from the very beginning.
Yeah.
Hang on for me.
Yeah.
There might be a little bit of a wait, so I just.
Hey, I'll tell you, the only shot I had was the fake one, the J&J, baby.
No problem.
And I was pretty damn drunk when I got it. We came out of a beer fest. And the only reason I got it is because we were getting ready to fly to Hawaii or wherever the hell we were
going to some concerts. Remember, we had 21 Pilots like
I couldn't
3
get on
nights
the
in a
airline.
week.
I couldn't do shit without it.
Yeah, and it was like, gosh.
What I should have done is hindsight is did a phony baloney. I mean, they didn't check shit. You showed them your
they
phone.
really didn't.
Nor should they.
I believe it.
JFK.
Yeah.
Mine was on my Colorado app.
They're against mafia.
If you watch,
I think the Ogden checked him.
What you got, Kelly?
More info for you.
Yeah.
So she's worried about a plea deal being done and having
video
justice
footage that proves
for the
that
girlfriend, and then a
Well,
possible
his
violation
recoiled.
of the Fourth
He
Amendment
recoiled
to the judge's
differently.
house,
Wade.
and
right,
It had to come from the front.
right, and then he grabbed
pretty
his throat,
complicated.
right, and separate, and then
front.
the shot his head off. His
There's
scalp.
more than one
Yeah.
shot.
Kennedy, Kennedy was already dead. I mean, his brains were all over the car.
Right. Robert says it wasn't the lone gunman, and he says his father wasn't killed by Saran. Well, he'll be the next. He'll go.
But
he'll get killed.
Well, that's my fear. Plus, they're not going to allow any Democratic debate. So when you go there, he's
Well, how can Joe Biden talk? He can't talk. Those kids like my hairy legs.
The way they act like they stole an election. They don't act like a legitimate election.
I believe it was stolen.
It was, me too.
There's lots of evidence.
That movie 200 Mules, if you watch that, I mean, that
There's
was
just so much evidence.
There's so people stuffing.
It took 5 days to stuff to get those mail-ins.
That's right.
And they picked 5 states to do it. And in the middle of the night, all these votes.
Stop counting.
And all these votes are coming in. Because on election night, Trump won by a landslide.
He did. That's why they're doing all this.
How much different is a mail-in really going to be than the
Hey,
stand?
see if we can get Joe on. I do want to ask Joe something.
Some experts said it's a 1 out of a billion.
Did you hear
1
that,
out
Kelly?
of a billion chance that the mail-ins or that for a different
15 seconds, buddy.
person.
Trump said on Hannity.
15
Republicans
seconds.
gotta do the same.
Also on our spectacular financing specials, 800-362-8370 or drhi.com to set up your rock-solid quote.
Regrow your own natural hair during Advanced Hair Summer Sales Event. AdvancedHair.com.
All right, 303-713-8255. Man, we've got a lot going on this week. It's been absolutely crazy. We've helped a lot of people, a lot of updates. If you need help, anybody you know, when we're not on the air, 303-MARTINO, you can leave a message. Someone will get back to you, or you can email us at help@troubleshooter.com. And I always say this, check out our YouTube. There's a show within a show. You can watch it at any time. We've been archiving them for over 5 years. You go to youtube.com. and you type in Troubleshooter or Troubleshooter Network, you'll see our channel. And if you go to live, you'll see all the live shows we've done. 4 hours a day for about 5 years on YouTube. It's crazy. But the show's been around 40 years, over $300 million in cash merchandise, exchanges, refunds. I want to get back to Kathy. It's pretty crazy. So this guy named Jamie, he was having a kid's birthday party for his kid. And there was a woman there, Audra. And the person on the phone, Kathy, Audra was her son's girlfriend, and that is correct, right, Kathy? I'm sorry, that is correct, right?
Yes, yes.
So,
correct.
And Jamie, all we know is apparently or allegedly, Jamie shot Audra in the back of the head. They went in to do the blood once he was arrested or once he was taken into custody or once he was in jail. The sheriff goes in and takes multiple blood samples, but apparently the warrant, according to our caller, Kathy, wasn't in place or not done properly yet. Are they throwing those blood samples out, or is that a possibility?
They threw them out. The
Okay,
judge
they
threw
threw them out. Well,
She suppressed them.
that happens, but they still have other evidence since then, right?
Well, of course, they're not releasing.
Well, they got a
anything.
dead body. They have a gun. And yeah, you're right. You know what? It's an investigation and a trial coming up. Kathy, how can we help you, though? This story is horrible. I feel very bad for your son. I feel horrible for Audra's parents. How can we help you?
Well, I guess this is my question here. In the video that they showed us, and the lead investigator was also there. She saw the video.
So of what? Of them the sheriff getting the blood?
Yes.
Okay, so
And
keep going.
They were asking her questions regarding the investigation.
I got it, but what? What's your question?
Well, my question is, if he signed the consent
Yeah.
for the blood withdrawal,
Yeah.
and he told the sheriff, "Okay, I trust you." He signed the paperwork because the sheriff slid the
What's
table
the
over
question?
there
I
to
understand you're
Okay,
giving us an
the
accurate
question
picture.
Is if he's given permission for the blood withdrawal, why can't they use that in court?
Well,
Why
I'm
would
not
that judge
I'm not an
throw it out?
attorney, but I guarantee Joseph A. Lazara could answer that question. So here's what I'd like to do. Kelly, let's try to get him on. If not today, we can have her back on as well tomorrow or whenever we can line Joe up, but let's ask him. I don't
Okay,
know
so
the
let me
legal
just-
answer to that.
Let me just say this, Mark. We're going to court again tomorrow at 11:30 at Jefferson County.
Yep.
They're supposed to rule because they want to send him to ICCCS. No probation. This is a halfway house.
Yeah.
That's what the defense wants. So we are to go to court tomorrow at 11:30
Yeah.
to find out what they're going to do. Now, this is the big deal.
Well, in Colorado, for the most part, hold on though. You just said a lot in that breath. They should give you some level. I don't know, how in depth it gets of prosecutorial consultation about it. They should give you a little bit of input on it, on any
would
kind of
think
plea
so.
agreement, if that's what you're getting to.
Well, that's what we're getting to, but this is another turnabout. The judge in this case is in the process of retiring.
Yeah.
This is not public knowledge yet. So it's like,
What does that have to do with anything, though?
well, does she just want to get it done? Does she just want to say, yeah, we'll take the plea
Kathy,
agreement?
I don't know, but I don't want you walking on this conspiracy theory stuff. A young woman got killed. I don't know what happened. And honestly, you don't know what happened. You're very close to this at heart because it was your future daughter-in-law. It was your son's girlfriend. I understand all this. I don't want you to go off the rails with now the judge might just want to get it done. You got to take each day at a time here. Once again, that DA should discuss with you, or at least your son and her parents and other people, what's going on about a plea bargain. Now, Joseph A. Lazara can help. I'm going to put her on hold. Joseph A. Lazara, Kathy, can actually help us on what level they generally give a victim. Like if they say, hey, we're just going to put him in a halfway house, time served, and you guys don't like any part of that, we're going to find out from Lazara, I mean, how much input you have, because I don't know. I don't know how much power a victim has, but we're going to find that out for you. So I'm going to have Kelly grab all your info, and we're going to call you back when we have Joseph lined up. What time is the court date tomorrow?
11:30.
Hopefully we can do it around 10 a.m. Kelly, kind of, if you can figure out something with Joe, I'd really appreciate that. Maybe we can get Kathy some answers, but you don't even know what the judge or anything's going to be done till tomorrow. So, Kathy, I'm going to put you on hold. I'm not trying to brush you off. We just got to get better advice than what I can give on this. I don't know the answers to your questions, but I definitely understand your concerns.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Lowe's.
Drama north of downtown, Highway 36 westbound. We've got a brand new crash just after I-25 in the right lane. As a result, I-25 northbound, you are going to see some slowdowns on the off-ramp to Highway 36 westbound, as well as slowdowns on I-270 westbound. We're seeing backups all the way back from Vasquez, about 5 minutes of delayed driving through Commerce City. Otherwise, a pretty standard drive throughout the Denver Metro. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, partly cloudy skies out there, seeing a little bit of rain, expecting scattered thunderstorms before the afternoon's end. High of 79 degrees, overnight low of 59. Tomorrow, more isolated thunderstorms, high of 83. The current temperature is 76 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
MVP's bonus days are back at Lowe's. Right now, save $60 when you buy a DeWalt Impact driver or drill for just $99 each. Lowe's knows pros. Valid through 8/2.
Okay, this one's important. The Raleigh House. These guys help people with alcoholism, substance abuse. You get the idea. Tom and I actually flew out there. When I say fly out there, it's in Watkins. And we checked out one of their facilities. It's unbelievable. It's like a ranch setting. There was a lot of different patients there. Some of them would come and go. They didn't live there all the time. Other ones were there for an extended stay, but they can really help people. But one of the things I want you to do is call, because there's some questions probably everybody has. You might have a teenager. You might have other people. You're not quite sure, like, in other words, how do you recognize addiction? If my son's acting weird, I've got some questions. Could it be drugs? We'll call him up, talk to him. It's free advice over the phone. How about, how do I approach an addict if I know they're an addict? What are common triggers that ignite addiction or ignite a relapse? And, what should I do with or about the addict in my life? Give the Raleigh House a call, 720-891-4657. Here's another good question to ask them. Depending on your insurance, ask them, hey, is this covered by insurance? You might be surprised. 720-891-4657, the Raleigh House. Let's talk about retirement planning, center of the Rockies. What I love about these guys, retirement isn't just, I'm not going to be aggressive in the stock market anymore. I'm going to go to more, blue chip stocks or whatever. Well, of course, the investment side to it is one thing, but you also have that income stream. When should I take money? Should I take it out of my IRA first? Should I convert my Roth or convert money from my IRA into my Roth before my retirement? There's a million different questions. There's also questions on taxes, not only what taxes you pay, but how to save money on taxes, where you're pulling that cash flow out each month. How about health care? You're going to have a ton of questions about health care when you shift over to Medicare from wherever you are working. And then legacy, who to leave the money to the best way. How do I leave the house to my son the best way without tax ramifications when we pass? These guys can answer all the questions. It's a trusted family-owned team approach to your retirement. Just call them, 970-663-3211. They'll talk to you for free. You can set up a webinar. They'll come to you. You can go to them. Sit down and talk to them, 970-663-3211.
At Fisher Investments, our clients know we have their backs. How do your clients know that?
Because Fisher Investments is a fiduciary, the highest standard for a financial advisor. It means we're there for our clients and always put their interests first.
So wait, you do it because you have to?
No, we do it because it's the right thing to do. Our clients trust us with their retirement savings, and we know how important that responsibility is. So we take the time to really get to know them.
Get to know them how?
We make sure we understand their unique goals, finances, health, family, and lifestyle so we can tailor their portfolio to their specific needs. Our goal is to help them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Sounds like a big responsibility. You must make big commissions then, right?
No, we don't sell commission-based products. We have one single transparent fee that's structured so we do better when our clients do better. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you are switching to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly different money management.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
888heating.com. I love these guys. They'll come out and give you an honest-to-God estimate on repairing your air conditioner. Other companies come out, and if it's 15, 20 years old, they'll say, oh, you need a brand new $10,000 system. 888heating.com not only guarantees the lowest price on a new system, but they're always going to give you an estimate on repairs. They're not going to play games with you. It's $500 to repair. It's $1,200. They'll give you the choice. They'll always give you the honest choice to repair what's broken. 888heating.com, 888heating.com.
Are you a business owner, CEO, or responsible for marketing? If you are, iHeartMedia can help you reach your goals and find new customers. We reach more consumers in your target area than anyone else. And we can give you access to those potential customers more cost-effectively across radio, digital, podcasting, and social. We'd love to show you how iHeartMedia can work for you. From your cell, dial pound 250 and say keyword great results. That's pound 250 and say great results.
Frank Duran, the real estate man with RE/MAX Alliance. He is a certified negotiation expert, and he knows how to aggressively market your home.
With our specialized marketing knowledge, we aggressively implement the most advanced, innovative, and proactive marketing plan you will find anywhere.
For all things real estate, do not hesitate to call 303-920-1622 or get tips online at frankdurantherealestateman.com.
Do roller coaster stock markets make you nervous? With such frequent ups and downs, don't let market volatility derail your retirement. Hi, I'm Linda Gardner, host of Your Money, Your Retirement, Saturday on 630 KHOW. If you're concerned about the markets, call today to schedule a complimentary review of your portfolio. Call 720-488-8604. That's 720-488-8604. Or online, yourmoneyyourretirement.com.
The Fed paused their continued rate hikes in June, but Fed Chairman Powell indicated there would be another hike this month. And we all know that will make credit card debt and other debt even more expensive. If you're only making the minimum payment, it's going to take years to pay off that debt. But there is a way out. As a homeowner, American Financing can help you do that. Use your home's equity now and pay off that expensive debt. American Financing is saving customers just like you up to $1,000 a month. They have loans that can help regardless of your credit score. American Financing is a family-owned lender, and their mortgage consultants, they're salary-based. No upfront fees just to see how much you could save, and they're closing loans in as fast as 10 days. Call American Financing now, because you might be able to delay up to 2 mortgage payments. 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000 or online, AmericanFinancing.net.
NMLS 182334, regulated by the Division of Real Estate.
Denver's talk station has your chance to win $1,000. Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website. Check. That's check. Enter it now at KHOW.com. Inflation Salvation on 630 KHOW.
All right, Denver Regen. You know, testosterone therapy, I do it. It's incredible. I have to tell you this, for $99, you can go in there. That's for the initial exam, the consultation, ask them all the questions you have. It's crazy. And if you decide to go forward with testosterone therapy, they're going to refund that $99. But if you never tried it, you really should. It's crazy. You can get more energy. I exercise better. I do a little better in the, I'm not going to say. We'll keep that on the down low. We'll keep it on the down low. Put it on the, I was going to say on the skinny, but I don't want to go there. So, Hey, Suzanne, why don't you tell people what you like about my testosterone therapy, baby? She's blushing. She's not talking. Anyhow, really, $99. It's pretty amazing. If you never tried it, get that energy back. 833-STEM-GEN. 833-STEM-GEN. Now, Paul the Waterman, I do want to finish up with you. Michael and Annette and whoever else is holding, I promise we'll get you on first thing. And Michael, yes, I will let you bring up Gray's Auto again, but it's got to be tomorrow, man. I put you on the air 2 times. I had Dragon ready to kill me about it. Dragon said, don't go to Michael again. Please don't do it. So mostly it had to do with Dragon. I'll leave it at that. Now, Paul the Waterman. Free water test. Doesn't matter if it's Castle Rock. You're going to come out. You're going to test their water. You'll show the results. If they want to check for forever chemicals, you'll send them off to the state lab. You'll get the results, share them with them. You'll go over different things you can do to help them, whether it's a filtration system, a water softener. But most of the testing is free. You're not going to charge anything for it.
Right, absolutely correct.
They'll come out and you're straightforward. Now, your water system pricing. If anybody out there has had a water test done, and then all of a sudden they were hit with, oh, well, that's going to be $8,000 or $10,000, and you didn't feel like taking out a second mortgage, Paul the Waterman has these same systems for how much, Paul?
Half the price. My base water softener is $21.95. We're doing it on sale for Martino listeners for a Troubleshooter show for $19.95.
Love it.
And so, our top of the line unit, whole house matrix unit, we're at $49.95.
And where's your competition? 10,000?
Exactly.
Or even more.
Right.
How about point of use? Like if I just want my kitchen water that I drink, most people don't drink out of their bathroom sink, maybe a little, but how much is a point of use system?
$950 installed.
Wow. Is there a lot of maintenance to this kind of stuff?
No, there's not maintenance, but we really need to understand sometimes the water can be too hard.
Yeah.
And so then the filters would have to be replaced more often without,
But
not
you're
being
going to know
supported.
all that in the test.
Right, that's what the
Listen,
test
if
does.
you have not had your water tested, here's a time to get it tested for free. I promise you, this isn't some joke. They come out and put a tablet in there and say, oh, you've got gray water. It's going to kill you. He's going to be very honest, very honest. I'll say it again, very honest. I've never had one complaint on Paul in years and years. Take advantage of the free water test, and you go from where?
We go to Fort Collins, Loveland area, all the way down to Colorado Springs.
Oh, so you cover the whole gamut, almost
Right.
the entire front
Right,
range.
and then we'll go out to Deer Trail.
All right, free water test, waterpros.net. You can get the number there, 303-862-5554. And if you think it's fear-mongering, I want you to do something right now. Go to Google and type in there Forever Chemicals, CNN or ABC or Fox News. These are all very recent articles. Over 45% of the water in the country has Forever Chemicals in it. Get yours tested. It's just a horrible thing, no joke. Call WaterPros 303-862-5554. WaterPros.net. We're going to have a lot going on tomorrow. It's Car Friday. Uncle Kevin's in. Jeff's in. We're going to have a surprise guest, I think. Stay tuned for the Troubleshooter Show.
Follow Tom Martino at Real Tom Martino
And stay connected with all of us
at 630 KHOW,
KHOW.com.
and on the iHeartRadio app.
Leland Conway is next
On Denver's talk station.
630 KHOW.
There's never been a better time to get a new Carrier furnace and AC with this plum crazy deal from Plumline Services. Save more than $2,000 with Plumline and Carrier. Turn to the experts. Plumline has been earning our trust in Colorado since '98, from Castle Rock to Longmont. Now with thousands in savings and leadership and excellence. Schedule online now. PlumlineServices.com, offering Carrier. No phone call, no hassle, no wait. Service at home. Servants at heart.
This is Dan Kaplis. We are all endowed by our Creator with the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. But one of the ways those rights get ripped away is by violence on our roadways. Our firm has a proven track record of making reckless drivers and their insurance companies pay in full for the devastation they've caused. We accept righteous cases on a percentage fee basis. If you need my help, please give us a call at 303-770-5551 or hit dankapleslaw.com.
Standing up for what's right, helping out when things go wrong, seeking the truth and speaking our minds, not just making records, but breaking them. Leading the way behind the camera, beyond the runway, and on the silver screen. Not just making our mark, but making a difference. Now that's a job for a Girl Scout. Girl Scouts, preparing girls for a lifetime of leadership.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
630 KHOW Denver. Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts.
iHeartRadio.
ABC News, I'm Morgan Norwood. Jobless claims ticking downward again last week. 9,000 fewer Americans filed for first-time unemployment benefits. That's compared to the week before. Claims still at historic lows. President Biden in Philadelphia today crediting his administration's policies for job growth and for drawing $500 billion in private sector funding for clean energy and manufacturing projects.
We need to have the best infrastructure in the world if we're going to lead the world. We used to be number one. We now rank number 13 in the world.
Existing home sales slowed to the slowest pace since the start of the year. The Fed board is still trying to cool both the housing